James Bracey, sponsored by Clifton Coffee Roasters.
Very good afternoon and welcome to Bristol. We are at last going to get some cricket after a morning where we've watched it rain, and the ground staff have done a magnificent job to clear everything up, and we're ready to go with 75 overs remaining in the day after the over which is being carried over from last night. Gloucestershire versus Middlesex in Division 2 of the Championship. Gloucestershire 82 for 3 in reply to Middlesex's 203 all out yesterday. An exciting day's cricket on the hybrid pitch. And let's see how things go today. My name's Ed Seaborn. Alongside me is Kevin Hand. And delighted to say we've also got Melissa Story with us today. He'll be along in about half an hour's time. I will hand you over for now to Kevin.
Thanks, Ed. Afternoon, everybody. Yeah, frustrating waits this morning, but we have cricket. Although a little gloomy out there at the moment. It actually brightened up a bit, but taken off a bad light yesterday evening with Gloucestershire 82 for 3. Still trailing by 121 in their first innings. Bracey and Hammond ready to go. And ready to finish an over, Ethan Bamber, who will be right arm around the wicket from the MATCHDAY road end. He's got 3 slips, a backward point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. And I'm just looking at the scoreboard. It was gloomy last night when they came off. It wasn't that gloomy, but it's not far off it now as Bamber's in. First ball of the second day. It's just back of a length and it's eased backward a point for perhaps 4, and 4 it is. Nicely done by Bracey. His first boundary. He moves to 7 from 8. And Gloucestershire trail by just 117 now. So, yes, a top score yesterday from Josh de Carey's and Middlesex's 203. Got off to a good start with Mark Stoneman and with Nathan Fernandez, but de Carey's topping things up down the order, coming in at number 8. And, well, de Lange's 6-for was the story of it for Gloucestershire. Can somebody be as brutal with the Gloucestershire batting for Middlesex as here's Bamber on a length, a little bit straighter, and eased off the back foot into the onside. That completes the 30th over of the innings. 86 for 3. Hammond has 25, Bracey has 7, and we have cricket at the County Ground in Bristol this Saturday, which is lovely. Here's Tom Helm taking his marker from... Where's he taking it from? Actually, it looks as though he's taking it right next to the stump. He's got it, wherever he got it from anyway, and he's going to place it now at the top of his run-up. So 3 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. Helm will be right arm over to the left-handed Hammond. Here he comes. Running away from our commentary position at the pavilion end. He bowls full and straight and it's defended by Hammond. And I think that's where Middlesex will want to be, on the stumps. First thing, see if they can get things moving here. No use of the floodlights for this one, unfortunately. Bless you, sir. Or madam, whoever it was down there. It is a little bit nippy out there today. The flags are fluttering. Even though I can't see one right now, but I did see one a moment ago. Rather large flag away to our left with the groundsman's hut. As here's Helm in bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off where Holden fields. Middlesex and Gloucestershire both finding plenty of lateral movement off the surface. A little bit of swing yesterday for the Middlesex bowlers as well. They'll hope these overheads, with the ball 30 overs old, will offer them plenty of assistance today. But plenty of bounce and pace in this one for all of the seamers, and this man for Middlesex, perhaps Tom Helm, is the one who's going to extract the most of the quartets the visiting team have put out. Helm's in now, bowls full and driven away through the covers, gets in between Fernandez at cover and Holden at mid-off. Mid-off fielder is Holden, sliding to save a single, and they've taken 3. Just slightly over-pitched. Helm looks at where his foot lands, happy enough with it, and back he goes to the top of his run-up. 89 for 3, the deficit now 114. Welcome back, Ed.
Thanks, Kevin. Apologies if you just did miss the start on the BBC Sport website and app. I'm not sure actually 100% whether you did or not, but anyway, I gather that we're all working fine again now, so apologies if you did miss. Yeah, all right.
Hanging in there, to be honest.
Yeah, fine is a big word, but yeah, apologies if you did just miss a couple of deliveries.
Helm away from us, passes the umpire, he bowls. It's just short of length. That takes some nice pace and bounce and carry through to the keeper. Dot ball it is.
So apologies also, because having
still
been at the
what else have you done? Honestly,
I haven't actually seen any of the cricket that we've seen so far.
All right.
I've not seen what happened.
Is this therapeutic for you? Is this going to be a continuation of apologies for?
Oh, I apologise for everything.
Oh, okay.
Just a sort of living apology, to be honest.
The Ethan Bamber of the commentary box. Helm. The lengthy run up. Tall man, he's in, bowls. Oh, bit of shape on that. It's full, it's straight. It was shaping away from the left-hander as he bowled right arm over. Did it just dip outside the line of leg stump, or indeed did it hit in line but was swinging away? Let's see. Yeah, pitching outside the line of leg.
Only just, isn't it? I mean, it's smashing into the stumps. It's just probably a slightest fraction outside leg. To be honest, I was still expecting that the finger might go up. We've certainly seen balls pitching further outside leg stump given out this season, so you just never know.
Helm past the umpire, bowls outside of the off stump, and through it goes to the keeper. And that is the end of the first full over of the second day. 74 overs remain, 31 bowled, 89 for 3, 114 they trail by.
So we could have another situation here where, and I'm not certain that this will happen because Higgins and Brooks, I imagine, will certainly get their fair go. But as soon as you get rain interruptions in these sorts of games, you can end up with two bowlers basically bowling about 70% of the overs. But as I say, I'm not sure whether Middlesex would absolutely want that. And I'm also curious to know whether Bamber would have preferred to bowl from this end, because he started off bowling from the pavilion end yesterday, but because of that carryover over, he's basically got to start from the Ashley Down Road end, which it does tend to be the end that the quicker bowlers prefer. Bamber runs in, bowls. Hammond drives, pierces the gap through cover point. He'll test the outfield, which is not quick towards that part of the ground. I fancy that would have been 4 yesterday. And then Hammond nearly gets decapitated with the throw that comes in. It's like a headhunter. One of those what do you call it? Those heat-seeking missile type things. Just kept following him, no matter how far Hammond ran out of its way. He couldn't get out of its way. 91 for 3. Hammond moves on to 30. He was out there doing quite a lot of shadow batting. More shadow batting was happening than I think I've seen here, probably ever. Hammond and Charlesworth in particular. Bamber in over the wicket, bowls, angles that one across the right-handed, left-handed Hammond even. And that's let go. Wow. Apologies for the... Again, for the slight mistake there, but I've just received some rather surprising news. We're going to have another guest in 10 minutes' time. We'll have the man who took 6 for in the first innings, Mr.
Wonderful.
Marchand de Lange, is going to be coming up. Here comes Bamber, bowls, and lifting the gloves out of the way of that one is Hammond. You've got to be careful on this surface. We saw it from Deploy in the first innings. Just that bounce might just clip that glove and go through to the keeper, which is how Deploy was out. Which felt, to be honest, like really the biggest wicket that Middlesex first innings, because they had a decent partnership going, Deploy and Higgins, and to get Deploy first over after tea yesterday, when the score was 105 for 3, felt like a huge swing in the game. Bamber bowls, and Hammond, I thought that was going to creep past his inside edge there, but he just does manage to come down on the ball and keeps it out. But yeah, it'd be great to hear some more of Marchand de Lange's thoughts. I chatted to him last night and can ask him all the same questions that I did last night. I'm sure he'll be so nice about it that he he will answer them as if he's not heard them again. But it'll be great to hear his thoughts. I mean, he mentioned that he was really happy to have a pitch where the Knicks carried. Bamber bowling to Hammond. Oh, that has absolutely gone off the surface. And Hammond has ended up withdrawing his bat from it, and he's missed that by a mile, having thought that he had to play at it. And Bamber's pitched that on, well, it's pitched probably just outside leg stump. And then it has fizzed across Hammond. Not a great deal he could have done about that, other than, well, miss it. To be honest, even if he'd known that the ball was going to do that, he might have had difficulty hitting it. What a delivery that was. Last ball of the over. Bamber to Hammond, takes a step down the pitch, tucks it into the onside. But he won't get a run as it's fielded at mid-wicket, so 2 runs from the over. Gloucestershire 91 for 3, trailing by 112. But DeLange says he feels like he's not really a sort of LBW man so much. He feels to be at his most effective, he needs to have those Knicks carrying. And so often here, even with his pace, they're either barely carrying or just not.
Yeah.
And here, he's picked up, well, what was it? I mean, in the end, 2-3 of his catches were in the slips.
His helm past the umpire, he bowls, and it's full, straight and driven back to the bowler. There's no run. Bracey on strike on 7.
And carrying well as well. One of the catches that Bancroft took was that one of Jack Davies, right up above his head. Unheard of here. Can't remember seeing a slip catch up there before. With a Bancroft, just like home. But in general, you think a huge adjustment to come from Western Australia and then here.
Helm bowls, length ball through it goes to the keeper. Yeah, I think the quicks are all pretty happy with the bounce in this one. On this surface, not sure the batters fully, but
No.
hybrid pitch. I mean, one of the biggest complaints about the schedule for the English summer nowadays is how little time ground staff have to prepare pitches, and maybe hybrids are the way forward.
Yeah, and it's also the alternative, as you see, was it week 1 at Edgbaston, where there was that tiny boundary off to one side. If you want pitches in the middle, then this is what you're going to have to play on.
Helms in, he bowls outside the off stump, through it goes to the keeper again, left alone. Yes. Yeah. Tricky, to say the very least, isn't it? How to balance it all forever, working out the best for the English cricket summer has been a problem.
And more games seem to be being created as well. The latest proposal seems to be that the 100's going up from 8 to 10 teams. So
Bristol going to get a team?
Well, I think there's hope, but at the same time, reading some of the stuff that's coming out recently, I'm not so certain.
Helm in, bowls, forward goes. Left-handed Bracey again, pushing back, no run.
Because apparently, according to a couple of articles I've read, the powers that be view Taunton as a better location for a competition which is meant to celebrate cities and diversity and a new audience and all that. So there we go.
Was that said with a little bit of disdain?
Well,
on that opinion?
I all I can say is what what the 100's supposed to be about and what Bristol's about.
Helm is in, bowls outside the off stump. This keeps its line with pace and bounce again from Helm through to the keeper, dropping the bat on that one, Bracey.
I mean, I think personally there is a massive opportunity to engage a city in a sport in a different way by having a team in Bristol. But again, if that opinion isn't shared by other people, then what can I do? Other than use what little platform I have to make myself feel better.
Here comes Helm. He's in, bowls, and it's tucks up Bracey for space. He chops down on it. The ball ricochets into his body, down his pads, and rolls into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 33 bowled, 91 for 3, Hammond 30, Bracey 7.
I thought you were about to say it tucked up Bracey for Spacey.
On that note, Ed, see you in a little while.
Oh, already. Wow. So, it's gloomy, but it's dry at the moment, and the latest forecast that I've looked at suggests that the rain, and it is going to be heavy rain as well, isn't going to be coming until late on, so early hours really. Here comes Ethan Bamber starting a new over and beating Hammond with another ball that angles across from over the wicket and just continues on, either with the angle or maybe a little bit of extra movement as well. There's no run. A couple of slips and a couple of gullies at the moment. I think it'll change to 3 slips and a gully. Backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. So trying to save the singles through the offside. This is full. Oh, I don't know if he's deliberately tried the Yorker there. I think he has. And it's dug out by Hammond out into the offside. And I'm very pleased to say, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
To you,
how are you?
Mr. De Lange. How are you?
All good, thank you for having me.
How's the morning after the night before?
Slightly sore. No, I'm teasing.
No.
All good. The normal procedure. Yeah, otherwise all good. All good. Ready for the day.
Here comes Ethan Bamber. Over the wicket, bowls now to Hammond, drives, that's a good looking shot, beats mid-off, and it's a shorter boundary over there, and they can save their legs even with the outfield being slowed a bit overnight. That's away for 4 runs, 95 for 3. So obviously a day yesterday where bowling Middlesex out on the opening day, and you know, I was only talking about it a moment ago, particularly at lunch with Deploy and Higgins well set. I guess you'd be really pleased with the way you came out after lunch especially.
I think there's always an opportunity there. It could go either way. So from a bowling point of view, we try to keep it, everyone always says nice and simple, but try and stick to what we've done well. Akhtar showed us the line and length to bowl. Sorry, before I continue.
Here goes Bamber to Hammond, up onto his toes, blocks it out to the offside.
Awesome. And yeah, it's always a tricky period to go back to that stint there. Obviously, my role is as well to try and break the partnership as quick as possible. Yeah, and luckily it paid off. We've seen the week before, you know, the boys, if they apply themselves, they can get stuck in and make it a big one. So that was nice to pick up those 2 wickets.
Here is Bamber approaching. In now, bowls. Hammond off his hip, flicks it into the leg side. They'll take a single. Throw goes to the non-striker's end and goes all the way through, but it's backed up. So just the 1 run, 96 for 3. Hammond has 35. But in terms of last week, what was said in terms of, because obviously a lot of good cricket was played, but to come out on the losing side in the end, what was the message really?
Well, obviously, I haven't been there myself last week. Hence a little bit of feet up time. I was fairly blessed in that sense. I'll continue after this delivery.
Bamber round the wicket, last ball of the over into Bracey, waggles the bat, tucks it into the onside, and another quick single's taken up to mid-on. Good running, and Bracey will keep the strike on 8. It's 97 for 3.
So, yeah. I think the boys were slightly disheartened, obviously, with the result. But one positive thing is that we kept ourselves in the game, fought all the way through, and that showed good signs. The coach always reiterates as well, it's a marathon, so you know, it's not how you start always, but how we go throughout the season and continue momentum. So it's a big part of the game.
Here's Tom Helm from the pavilion end, charging in. Bowls now to Bracey, who looks to flick that one off his thigh pad, but gets caught on the thigh pad, and it rolls out to point. Did you get a chance to see much of Zafar bowling?
I was fortunate, obviously, in modern day with all the lovely technology. Went through it all, bowled beautifully, especially his first game back as well. So pleased for him. Getting up in the wickets column as well does the world of good for a player. and he batted really well as well. So awesome game for him there.
Change of angle now for Helm as he's coming round the wicket. Bracey just doing a bit of a practice off towards square leg. Deep square is out as Helm bowls to Bracey. It's full, it's wide, it's creamed through the covers for 4 by Bracey. That is James Bracey at his best. It was overpitched, and we have tended to see the really full stuff. I think we've been seeing that's not necessarily always been the best place to bowl the hundreds up for Gloucestershire.
No, I think you've hit the nail on the head. You know, as a bowler, you don't always want to bowl that half volley. So I feel bits there for Helm, because you're thinking to keep it up nice and full and an aggressive area, but sometimes you just get long in your action, and then that's the result. So I've bowled plenty of them as well, so I know
not
the
many
feeling.
yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, it's never a nice feeling when you get driven as a fast bowler as well. So I'm sure Helm will be back on it this ball.
Yeah, this ball looks a little wet as well after it's travelled across that side of the ground for the first time. Already a bright red stain on Helm's trousers as he comes in round the wicket poles. Oh, he's skewed that one away, and we'll get 4 runs down to deep third. He got turned round there, did Bracey, and it squirts off the outside edge wide of the cordon, and it's 4 more runs. 105 for 3, so that brings the deficit down below 100 runs, 98 runs. Is it, even though I guess your time didn't overlap with Mr. Higgins, has it been good to have him back? Has there been quite a bit of back and forth there?
Oh, bless! I think it's he's been a part of the club before for so long, so he's got a lot of friends, and in cricket you make friends throughout. Sorry, after this ball will continue.
Here comes Helm. 3 slips in place bowling, rising delivery, but Bracey's got on top of it, chopped it out into the outside.
And so it was nice to catch up probably with a couple of boys. I've obviously played against Higgins in a couple of different outfits, so it was nice to get him as well at the end. We've always got that battle going. I remember even back in the days at playing for Glamorgan as well. There's you like competitive cricket, so it's always nice. It's always nice to and it's just healthy for the game. I feel it's something that I'll encourage guys to get stuck in and try and deliver their skill, and try and work the batter out. So no, it was nice to see him obviously interacting with his past mates as well. So still a long way away. We've got a bit of work to do here.
Change of field. There's 3 slips in a gully now. Deep square still back. That lifts outside the off stump, but Bracey's also able to lift his bat and his gloves out of the way. Now, we had somebody on commentary, I'm not going to say which player it was, a couple of rounds ago, we had a player up on commentary who described you as the nicest angry man in cricket. Is that something you're happy with?
I'm very happy with that, and that's awesome news to know.
This was an away cricketer, I should say, not from the Gloucestershire dressing room. This is pushed towards short mid-wicket by Bracey, completes the over.
I'll take that comment. You try and compete once you get over the rope, and then off the field, we're all human. Try and interact and learn off each other. The game has changed, but it hasn't changed. So there's a lot of new modern things happening as well all around, but I'm still blessed to be part of the purest format out there. So and loving it, discussing new options and things. So it's always nice to chat to other cricketers.
New over from Bamba begins, and he bowls to Hammond, who drives right through the legs of the non-striker James Bracey, and it's got enough on it to travel down to the straight long off boundary. So 4 more runs, 109 for 3. Hammond on to 39. Enjoyed that one, Mr. De Lange.
Lovely shot. Obviously slightly over pitch as we've seen there in the replay. But knowing being a bowler as well, I can see what the plans are here from Bamba as well. You know, trying to keep him forward. As we've seen through their innings as well, there might be 1 or 2 deliveries that kicks off a length. So I won't be too disheartened with that length. Try and prod away there, just as me being a bowler. Yeah, but beautiful shot there from Hammer, straight down.
So Bamba's round the wicket now. He's past umpire Shanmugam. He's there and bowls and doesn't tempt Hammond into a shot there.
Well
Wide of the off
left there.
stump. I just had a message, by the way, from James Healy, who's listening. Says, thanks for the hospital visit. And he said that you would take 5 in this game. So it seems as if he's taking credit for
no, bless
that
him.
performance yesterday.
I hope he's healing up nicely.
Yeah.
No, best wishes as well. And thanks for all the support over the year or two. Really appreciate that.
Bamba round the wicket, bowls wide of off. And again, Hammond lets it go. I should explain, for those who might not have been with us yesterday, James Healy is our usual camera operator for the stream, and a magnificent job he does as well, but had to be called in for some emergency surgery, which thankfully seems to have gone well, and he's back recovering. And I guess, speaking of
all good
surgery...
I've been there myself,
yes.
So not as severe, but...
Here's Bamba bowling across his stumps, Hammond driving, and it's halfway, well, actually not quite half stop, it's sort of quarter stop by mid-off. Takes a bit of pace off the ball, but not enough, and it's another boundary, so 113 for 3 now.
Nice and straight there from Ammo again. So, yeah, really pleased about. Yeah, obviously surgery-wise, I've been through it as well last year. That's hence why yesterday... Obviously, post-match interview, I was really pleased to just, you know, be back out there and try and do my job. Always nice to, like I said, being in the end wicket column as a bowler, you feed off that and positivity and stuff like. Sorry, after this.
Here's Bamba bowling, Hammond forward, looking for a single into the offside, but mid-off comes up to field.
Yeah, so you take a lot out of those. Performances, so thoroughly enjoyed it. It's always nice to just contribute to the team as well. Obviously last week, like we said, it was difficult for the boys to come off there not with a draw, or at least we were pushing for a victory. So yeah, hopefully we can get one.
Bamba is in. Hammond a little squared up by that, but makes the adjustment, and with a defensive shot sends it out into the covers to end the over. 113 for 3. I should say also that if you do want to get in touch, any questions for Marchand de Lange, then do send them in. You can send them via email, radiobristolcricket@gmail.com, or you can access via X at edcricket6 is the handle, or it's at Kevin Hand Sport, or at Melissa G Story. Knew that off the top of my head. Thanks. Oh, fist bump.
Great work, sir. Awesome. Good memory. Helm around the wicket.
Held bowls. No shot from Braces. You watched that through the gloves. I thought you were going to do a ball there. You're perfectly welcome to do one if you'd like.
No, bless you. Bless you.
You're perfectly welcome.
You've always been so kind to me as well, and it's nice to be back seeing all of you as well, you know, in the flesh, with obviously the injury that's been passed, or it's something in the past, let me say that rather. Yeah, and it's nice to be back up here and hopefully deliver some good deliveries for you to commentary on.
Well, we had Graham for a T20 a couple of years back. This is edged and caught low down at third slip, and they've broken the partnership. Have Middlesex. Tom Helm with his second wicket, just as things were starting to look a little bit concerning with boundaries flowing. Helm with a good line and length and a nibble and it's taken, I think, by Ryan Higgins down low at third slip, and that is the 4th Middlesex wicket. Bracey departs for 16, 113 for 4. I guess in terms of a
Good catch, low down.
a dismissal, that's that's one that's going to happen, I guess.
I think, like I said earlier as well, there's obviously a little bit more bounce in the wicket, and we've seen it there now, just drawing Bracey in there to either make a decision, and unfortunately for him, didn't go all the way as planned.
So that will bring out Graham Van Buren to the crease. So Van Buren out at number 6. How's this feeling for you in the commentary box, watching Graham walk out there?
Slightly more nerve-wracking. You know, you've got a beautiful view here from the top, and yeah, you can see it clearly. Yeah, I don't want to try and get too involved in the batting. The boys know what they need to do. Everyone's got their roles in the team, so we just need one big partnership here and try and steer it back on track again. The boys look good there, like you said. The previous, I would have loved Bracey and obviously Hamo to continue with that partnership there, but that's the game. That's the game.
So Van Buren taking strike, and he'll see 3 slips and a gully. They're leaving cover temptingly open, nobody between backward point and mid-off. In fact, it's going to be 4 slips rather than the 3 in the gully. That's Helm got us up his sleeve for Van Buren first ball. Helm in and bowls, and that one jumps a little outside the off stump, but Van Buren is able to let it go. I guess he'll be actually fairly happy with the pace and the bounce in this one. In terms of, I'm thinking back to
Yes,
your days growing
yes.
up together, some of the pitches that you'd have played on.
I think, you know, like yesterday, a little bit more fond of wickets like this as a seamer. You know, at least if the ball's carrying through to slips, it's always nice. As Helm's coming in, bowls the ball off the hip, Graham, down to fine leg, and that's 4. Good shot.
Well, there you go. You should do more. You should clearly do more deliveries. If Van Buren's going to hit them to the boundary, then you should do.
Thanks for letting me have that one.
No, I'm pleased it wasn't just a leave or a block or something.
No, good work, good work. Yeah. So no, it's like I said, if with our bowling attack here at Loss, I reckon this wicket suits us. You know, and the batters will find a way to get runs on the board.
117 for 4. Helm runs in there, bowls. Oh, that has done pieces past Van Buren. Swung by the looks of things, maybe off the pitch, some movement as well.
Spot on.
Van Buren's done well to miss it.
Good delivery. Not the worst length as well.
Yeah.
But you'll get one of those. You'll get a couple of those through the innings. But I think batters, like I said, as long as they stick to what they've been training and playing the right way, they can accumulate runs.
Last ball of the over. Helm is in, bowls. Oh, inside edge by Van Buren. Quite a thick inside edge that goes more towards backward square than right down fine. They'll take a single, and it's 118 for 4 with Van Buren keeping the strike on 5, and the deficit is 85 runs. One thing I wanted to ask,
yes,
in terms of your sort of, you talked about the modern game and preparing for these sorts of matches. How much do you look at the sort of analysis and that sort of stuff? Are you somebody that likes to have those stats, or is it more just I know what my best deliveries are and I'm just going to go and bowl them?
I think firstly that's a good question. I think in the modern day I do rely on obviously stats and
No, don't worry
you.
whatsoever. It's a change of bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. We've got Ryan Higgins coming into the attack for the first time.
Today, beautiful.
And replacing Bamber. He'll have a fine leg. The keeper up, 3 slips and a gully. As Higgins runs in, bowls to Van Buren, who plays defensively out into the offside. Go on.
Yeah, no, I feel I definitely do look at the stats regarding, you know, what the wicket will do, batters, how they line up. I think in the modern day you've got all the information. It's right in front of you, so to not make use of it will be not detrimental, but I don't think it's wise in the modern day.
Here comes Higgins bowling. Van Buren's forward, defending out into the covers solidly.
Well played. Yeah, I think it's only to your benefit when you've got all the information there. I don't try and over analyze.
Yeah.
I try and get what I need from a batting, how he sets up, from a batter how he sets up. As we see Higgins running in, delivers fairly, I would say, a little bit wide-ish, hoping for it probably to swing. Yeah, great leave there from Graham. Good take from the keeper. Awesome.
Is there a... Oh, sorry, go on.
No, sorry. So, yeah, just to round that off,
Yeah.
I think using the analysis is only beneficial. And obviously in the modern day, you see T20 as well. There's heaps of information.
Higgins in out bowls, and he struck on the pad, and it's not out, according to umpire Shan Mugam. I don't think that he really entertained that appeal for more than a second or so. Let's see if we can see, for those watching on the live picture feed. Well, it's quite straight. My first feeling was wondering whether it was high, but then Higgins is quite a skiddy bowler. I think it's one of those that you're pleased has gone your way. Higgins bowls, Van Buren forward defending into the onside, fielded up at mid-on. Are there any real kind of stats geeks in the Gloucestershire camp? Is there somebody who really knows about all their milestones and like can recite their average?
I am. Yes, you're asking me tough questions. Yeah. No, I think there's a couple of boys that obviously, you know, they follow the game. They follow techniques as well of batters. I don't go in depth. Higgins running in, delivers the ball straight to gully, off the outside edge slightly. Ends off a good over there.
Maiden from Higgins. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12 his figures.
He obviously knows the conditions really well. Been at the club for ages prior to his move to Middlesex, so he knows what to deliver on the ground. It's got to be one to be mindful of, as the batters know him fairly well.
Voice of Marchand de Lange alongside myself, Ed Seaborn, in the commentary box. We'll have some of Kevin Hand and Melissa Story in a little while. They're the members of our team. And we've got a deep backward point being sent out now for Helm. It looks as if it's going to be maybe more of a deep point now, as they're bringing somebody else into the cordon. So a lot of space on the offside, just mid-off, saving the single in front of square. Helm runs in, bowls way down the leg side. Good take from Jack Davis. That's travelling away, and he's pretty much dived more than a pitch width away to his right-hand side to stop that one. So good footwork to get across.
Very nicely done there by the keeper.
So I think we need some more
info.
Some more dirt being dished here, because I don't know if anybody's going to be listening down there, but I think you need something to take back to them.
No, I'll keep majority of the things for myself.
Right. Well, it's probably best that way in general.
I would say that as well.
Here comes Helm over the wicket now to Hammond, who has managed to fend this one round the corner, taking a hand off the bat. There's no leg slip or leg gully though, so it makes that action a little bit easier. Yeah. Hammond moves on to 44, and it's 119.
As we saw, sorry, not to interrupt. As we saw on that delivery, just a little bit more bounce. That's hence why I would say the hand came off the the bat there, trying to ride it to get it down. So yeah, you've got to be mindful as a batter on this wicket throughout the innings, I would say.
Here's Helm. Now to Van Buren. He bowls. That's tucked through mid-wicket by Van Buren. There will be at least 2 runs there. He's sprinting the second one, but I don't think they're going to turn for the third, and indeed they don't. So 121 for 4 with Van Buren moving on to 7.
Yeah, no, obviously coming back to the analysis, I take glimpses of footage and bowling actions or batting action, batting setups and stuff like that. So it is beneficial. But you don't want to overdo it as well. You know what you need to do. The stumps have stayed the same.
Usually.
Usually. So Helm running in. Delivers a good ball there for good length. Slightly away. Nip, I would say. Straight to the keeper.
So is there a date or something this season that you're looking particularly forward to in terms of, can you not wait for the local derby, something like that, or
do you know what?
Cheltenham, Scarborough, or something like that?
I can't wait to just be on the park as much as possible.
Yeah.
Wherever Glos plays this season, white ball, red ball. Just want to try and contribute for the boys, and get us closer to some victories.
Here's Helm bowling, and Van Buren comes forward and tries to nurse this one through the offside somehow, but
looks
it's
like
fielded at
there's
mid-off.
a little bit of hint of shape there. A little bit of a way swing. Helm's trying to create here. This is for us as a Gloucestershire team an interesting period as well. You want to try and get as close to that deficit as possible, and then to that total as possible, and then try and get past. So
Helm rounds and then moves in, bowls. Oh, he's skewed that one away off an upper part of the bat as Van Buren, but it doesn't carry out into the gully. One bounce and fielded there, and there's no run one way or another. Got to keep it out, which is what Van Buren just about did. 121 for 4, and the deficit is 82. Hammond 44, and Van Buren has got 7. So thinking ahead a bit, I mean,
yes.
it's amazing to think we're basically almost a month in now. The blast is less than
literally
a month away.
Around the corner.
Has it flown by for you as much as it has for me?
I think, already the Kooka's out of the way, and we're back with the Duke balls, and then before we know it, it's the white Kooka's back again.
Yes.
So I think that's why county cricket makes it so interesting, as Higgins running in, delivers, I would say 5th stump for Hamo. Good take from the keeper. Looks like there was a fair bit of bounce on that delivery. Yeah, so there's interesting times around the corner. We as a club want to try and get back to finals day. That's one of the goals. So we can't wait as a team.
Here comes Higgins over the wicket. He bowls, and Hammond has got that one off an edge, and it's really well stopped down in the gully.
Oh.
And I think, Tom Helm, who's just bowled.
Fast bowler getting down there.
Yes, I'm sure you'd like
good hands.
Like that. Well, actually, were you not fielding? You were fielding in the slips in the second game, weren't you?
Yes.
I am against Worcestershire.
I don't want to jinx myself or anything. I try and back my hands as much as possible as well. Higgins running in, delivers. Ooh, good delivery.
Right over the top of off stump.
Well, there's only 1 or 2 leaves, so that's a good leave.
He left it on length.
Yep.
We can say that now
exactly.
that it's gone over the top of the stumps.
Well played. No. So that is I think one of our goals as a club. White ball cricket around the corner, but we're taking it game by game.
2 slips rather in a gully as Hammond forces this through the offside. There's no fielder at point with the man back on the boundary, so Hammond takes a single. 122 now for 4, with Hammond moving on to 45. Talk to me about the Kookaburra then. What's your personal feelings?
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I was brought up with it, obviously, so it felt like back at what I was used to bowling with. As before I continue, Higgins running in, delivers, played back by Graham, straight, I would say a 4th stump line, good length. Yeah, so the Kooka, it's just interesting that we try the trial and error, obviously through the ECB, and I just think the wickets was just a little bit not dry but shaved off. I would have liked to see the first couple of rounds with the same tinge of grass length than what we used to with the Dukes.
Last ball of the over, Higgins to Van Buren, who's tapping out into the offside, thinking about a quick single, but Hammond is sent back. And that's the end of the over, 122 for 4.
Once again, a good over there from Ryan Higgins, making the batters play every delivery. So well done. What do you? Sorry, to go back on the Kooka. I feel in general, if hindsight's a beautiful thing as well, but if the wickets were the same tinge of green that we used to with the Duke start of the season, I reckon the results would be slightly different. I don't know why all the ground staff around tried to shave it off and make it as bare as possible, seeming that we were going to play with the Kooka. It doesn't move as much as the Duke. Helm running in, delivers, good delivery there from Helm, straight through to the keeper.
May I ask what your plan is when you go out to bat?
I knew this will come up before I think I try and assess it in the situation. I'm an interesting batter, let's just say it.
Well, you know what your strengths are. Here comes Helm, bounding in. Bowls now, back of a length, and Hammond jabs it off the back foot towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think I just take it in the moment. See, as Loz, my previous game against Yorkshire, came in, interesting situation. You don't try to fight fire with fire a little bit. We lost a couple of wickets prior to me coming in. So you just want to try and get pressure, convert pressure back onto the bowling side or fielding side. So and that's how I play my best. Is try and see ball, hit ball and away.
Here's Helm in over the wicket to Hammond, who's once again forcing the ball away, finding the hands of Holden, fielding it mid-off.
But it's like I said, it doesn't always work like that. You need to try and get stuck in as well, try and take time out of the game as well. So a lot of responsibility in the modern day, through from 1 to 11. Everyone wants to contribute as well with the bat, and we see it more and more as well. Guys scoring big scores. Potts last week as well, or 2 weeks ago, scored a big 150, and just shows you everyone can use the willow.
Yeah, I mean, and there were several other people who came in as night watchmen and scored plenty of runs. Hammond tries to pull and is struck somewhere midships as the ball goes out into the onside.
Yeah, so those days of batters not batting all the way, let's say from 9, 10 and 11, you get your guys coming in and just stumps everywhere. I think those days are done. Everyone tries to apply themselves and try and contribute to the team, which makes for a nice contest throughout the innings. Like we kept on saying, it's never done till all 11 is out. So you've got to try and get all 11.
Here's Helm bowling wide outside the off stump, and Hammond has nothing to do with that one. You mentioned Saman Akhtar's bowling, but how impressed as a team have you been with what he's done with the bat? I
was expecting that. I saw him off season, and the same with Udge. All the boys batting at the from literally 8 and down. Everyone can, like I said, can hold the willow. So I knew he's got it in him, the capability, and it just shows you we've got a long tail.
Here comes Helm, bowls, and Hammond is tapping into the offside, but too close to mid-off to think about a single. It's a maiden from Helm at 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 34. You kind of felt that Helm would enjoy bowling on this pitch before he even started, and he's certainly making good use of it.
No, tall bowler. He's got a tall release point as well, and straight lines. So yeah, I think he will enjoy the wicket that we're playing on currently. Hopefully he doesn't pick up any more wickets, not to be rude.
That's all right, you're allowed to say that, I'm not. Here comes Higgins bowling to Van Buren, who's caught on the crease, and I think that might just have, if indirectly, taken a slightly uncomfortable turn on Van Buren. There's the sort of adjustment of, well, not exactly of shame, but you know, the adjustment that you don't really want people seeing on camera to a certain piece of protective equipment.
Very true, very true.
Higgins in now bowling, and Van Buren is push driving this one to mid-off. Oh, and they've kicked it around, and now they've got a single out of absolutely nothing. That's not going to please Ryan Higgins. He's got a bit of a stare on for somebody there. They've taken one where they shouldn't have got one. Nobody back at the stumps. And 123 for 4 with Van Buren getting off strike, moving on to 8.
Yeah, not ideal there. As a bowler, you're trying to build up pressure or build pressure, get a couple of maidens in and dots. So yeah.
Here comes Ryan Higgins over the wicket bowling, and Hammond with a studious forward defence to mid-off. We're speaking about there. Battles.
Yes.
Matthew Fisher, a couple of rounds, bit of revenge with the bat for earlier on.
Thoroughly enjoyed that little battle there. No, it's always nice. It's always nice. Like I said, I try not to be too aggressive on the field, just play my role.
Higgins bowls, worked around the front pad by Hammond to mid-on.
No, I think in the modern days, you've got to use a bit more subtle ways of trying to creep under the opposition's skin, sort of. It's not that you know, cricket is it's got a lot to do with the mind as well. So there's a lot of mind games out there. If the viewers really want to know the inside info, you try and, as much as it's a physical battle, it's a mental battle as well. So
Higgins round the wicket now to Hammond. Oh, that's beaten everybody, and they will come through for a bye as the throw goes to the non-striker's end. But
beautiful delivery there.
Impossible, really, with the amount that's done for Jack Davis to do a huge amount in terms of taking it. Actually, it's first slip who's ended up saving that from being 4 byes, just the one. 124 for 4. I mean, that's hooped through the air.
I must say, obviously, love that piece of bowling. You know, I'm a bowler myself, so I'm going to give credit where credit is due. You know, you're trying to come around the wicket as well and swing it away from the lefty. It's beautiful ploy.
Higgins in, bowls full, straight, and kept out by Van Buren, holding the pose on the defensive shot, and that is the end of the over with a single and a bye from it. 124 for 4.
Yeah. So coming back to a little bit of mind games out there. So you obviously I'm still a youngster myself, so I try and keep the youngsters with me. So yeah, coming back to the Fisher situation, it's just a little bit of internal battle going on, and like I said, it's probably mind games, but it's good. It's good. It keeps you in the moment and in the game. So just fires your belly at times as well, and you always want to try and be one up.
So Marchand, you are as young as you say you are, particularly in this commentary box. This is edged by Hammond, but kept down enough that it falls in front of what would have been a 4th slip, but there isn't one, and so it's down to the boundary for 4 runs. 128 for 4. Hammond is on to 49, so approaching another.
No, I'm happy you said
century.
That. I feel very young, so I take that.
Well, yeah. I think the point I'm making is nobody's arguing with you,
Love
Marshall.
that. Oh, bless.
Certainly least of all me.
I'm a teddy bear. Don't you worry about that. Nah.
So there's still going to be that gap by the looks of things. I mean, there's seen quite a lot of balls go through that area in Gloucestershire's bowling innings as well. I mean, if you stick a gap there, it's amazing how often the ball seems to go.
You know what? You've seen so many deliveries up here as well, and it's so tricky from when you're actually in the game down there. You try and plug all the holes. And but it makes the bowler think a lot. You know how to change it. But it seems to find that gap all the time.
It's the beauty of cricket, one of the many beauties. Helm bowls, driven, caressed through the covers by Hammond. And going out towards the boundary, the fielder's running around from deep point's got half a chance, but is not able to stop it. And that is 50 for Miles Hammond. 67 deliveries it has taken him. That was his 8th 4. And of all his 50s, really a couple of the last innings, this one and that second innings effort at Hove. Mark Elaine actually mentioned the term I should say, weighted runs.
Yes.
In terms of that.
Yes. No, true.
These two innings have been worth so much. Gloucestershire's deficit is 71. Helm runs in, bowls to Hammond, lifts off the surface, but really nowhere near Hammond.
Good follow-up delivery there from Helm. Well played by Hammer. No, I'm very pleased. May it continue, and hopefully it kicks on. Don't want to say anything further. Just want the boys to bat on. And obviously play it ball by ball.
What do you think about Hammond's mentality as he's batting?
I've seen personally a bit of growth as well over the years, and it's always nice to see the mental growth into a physical attribute as well, so it's beautiful.
Helm in, bowls, and let go by Hammond, not tempted into a shot.
No, by me saying that is a lot of positive things. You know, he's a very talented player, and you try and link everything up. You know, your experience, your aggression, all these things, and you. As a batter, you've got to find your way and to deal with every situation as well. You know, pressure situations. Should I go now? Should I hang back a little bit in a sense of just defending it out and wait for the second change bowler? So it's pleased to see him going forward with that.
Round the wicket comes Helm to Hammond, who's guided that one wide of gully and will get at least 2 runs. The ball does not have enough pace on it to go to the boundary. And the fielder gets round from deep point. So it's 2 runs and 134 for 4 with the deficit 69.
Yeah, so, no, personally, I'm enjoying the space he's in. I think he's learning his game, as we all do. And I'm still learning as well every day and try and get better. And it's nice to see that, you know, there's building blocks in place, so it's good.
Last ball of the over. Helm bowls, and this time Hammond, he's motioning as if he withdrew the bat, which he sort of did, but it was a beauty from Helm, just the right line and length. End of the over, 134 for 4. I think we probably better let you go after the next over, Marshall. You've put in quite a stint here, and quite frank, there are a couple of people sitting back there who've done no work whatsoever today, so it's time for them to do some. But
no, awesome. No, thanks for having me. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Lovely viewing area.
The one thing I did want to ask you before you should do any time.
No, thanks
honestly,
so much,
welcome any time.
Awesome.
But one thing I did want to ask you, in terms of your career as a whole, as Higgins bowls to Van Buren, who's struck on the thigh pad looking to tuck the ball through the onside. The 6 for yesterday, does that rank pretty highly for you, given injury and, you know, what I think, or do you not? Do you think about it in those terms?
I can't say too much on it. It's still fairly fresh as well. Maybe later on in the season you take things out of it. Higgins running in, delivers. Graham straight to mid on. Got to get my angles right here. Yeah. No, I must say, it's always nice to get past 5 and then one more, and you always want more as a bowler and more runs as a batter. But it's a nice start, let me put it like that, you know. I just want to continue stay healthy. Sorry, Higgins running in. Delivers offside, covered drive straight to mid-off this time.
He's testing you.
He is.
At mid-on, then
I was going to say. He's going to say. So, yeah, it's a start. Let me put it like that. It's a start to the season, and may it continue, hopefully. I'm going to try and just stick to what I've been doing, try and improve game by game, and try and get more results. And for me at this stage, you know, as I said, I'm only as young as I feel.
Here comes Higgins. Bowls and played late by Van Buren out into the covers and spots a gap and takes a single, 135 for 4.
No, so at this stage, you know, personal accolades are one thing, but I want to try and achieve, you know, titles with teams. So yeah, that is my main goal, to contribute. And if you perform along the way, it's always nice and it builds a bit of confidence, but it's not the end result as I see it. You know, there's still a second innings and I still got to go out and start all over again. So you take it in the moment and then you process and move on.
Round the wicket goes Higgins, bowls and straying onto leg stump, flicked away down to fine leg by Hammond, and just the single will be added, with Hammond moving on to 56. Gloucestershire 136 for 4. Deficit 67. Still fairly gloomy overhead, but thankfully we're playing. And I must say, I was a bit concerned. I woke up at about 4 a.m. last night, and it was chucking it down. I wasn't getting in at 4 a.m. I promise you.
Don't give all your secrets away, yeah?
Well, we were promising a big night out, Kev and I, last night, but no, just a pan of chocolate back at the hotel, I think it was. Last ball of the over, and it's driven by Van Buren. That's a good-looking shot. That finds the gap wide of mid-off, and will just go, I think. Yeah, it does. Sliding effort from Holden, but he can't bring it in. So 4 runs to end the over, and it is 140 for 4. Marshall, thank you so much for coming up. It's been wonderful to have you up here.
Awesome. Hopefully the viewers enjoyed, and hopefully I'll be back soon.
Yeah.
Have an awesome day.
We must get you back up soon. Cheers for your time, Marshall. It's been a real pleasure. So, as it looks as though we're going to have a conversation about the ball with the umpires. Messrs. Shanmugam and Pratt have been asked to inspect the condition of the ball, and invariably the first time that this happens it just gets chucked straight back, but the second time you might get somewhere, and that seems to be where we are at the moment. First time, and it's back to Ethan Bamber who's changing against Kevin Hands back alongside.
Run that by me again. The nicest angry man in cricket.
Yes.
Did you then ask him the key question? Is he nicer or not nicer than Andre Nell? Is he angrier or not angrier than Andre Nell? Because he was previously the nicest angry man in cricket.
He's not going to comment. Oh dear.
Yeah. Here's Bamber around the wicket. 2 slips and a gully. It's right up there and eased away into the offside thickish edge though. And Hammond will take a single, moves to 57. Oh, you're straight out. Off for a lie down. 4 o'clock wake up call this morning. Did you get back to sleep after? I feel like we need to delve into, well, perhaps we don't. What happened there? 141 for 4. And Melissa's 3. Hello.
Hello.
We've made it. We found cricket.
Well, Ed Seaborn did suggest that we weren't working at the back of the box.
Oh, indeed.
We were working very hard.
Plotting, scheming, that's working. Here's Bamber, he's in, bowls, and it's given a little bit of width. Shaped through the air, swinging away, but too full, and the width of it as well enticed Van Buren into a gorgeous cover drive. 4 runs.
As you say, late movement from Bamber, who hasn't been afraid just to pitch it up at times here and see what's available out there. Middlesex have been able to keep in their slip fielders, which has been a nice change from potentially those earlier rounds of the county championship, where after the bat began to dominate a bit more, you could see teams just slowly taking them out. But it is that risk. He's trying to get it up in the channel. And just whilst Van Buren, although he's already moved on to 17 quite quickly, still that bit of vulnerability when things are moving about.
Bamber is past the umpire, bowls, and this is eased away into the offside by Van Buren off the back foot, and there's no run. 17 for Van Buren. Hammond has 57, 145 for 4. Oh, is that almost sunshine over there? It's just a particularly bright spot over the back of one of the blocks of flats opposite us. Optimistic to say sunshine, isn't it? Quite
optimistic. I've been in Bristol for quite a while now, and I can't
remember
the last
7 years. 7 years since I've seen the sun. Here goes Bamber. Hits the crease now. He bowls. It's full again, but on a better line where Van Buren just had to be wary of any wobble, be it through the air or off the seam. Strokes into the offside, and there's no run. He could have been in Manchester or Cardiff, and it's been 14 years since you'd have seen the sun.
Well, I do have kind of the track record that I have been to probably Manchester over 10 times now, and it was rained every time. I've never been in Manchester when it's not been raining. Not to play up to the stereotypes, but it's true.
Bamber's in. Bowls outside the off stump, that's cut away, but it swung on Van Buren, and as it swung away from him, it ended up taking the toe end of the bat to backward points. Brooks, the fielder. Dot ball again.
I like that Van Buren there just remained in that cut shot position. It was really far outside the off stump, and he had to reach for it. And almost took those few seconds frozen to reflect on, was that the right option? It was a wide ball, but also if he'd just caught an edge off that one, it wouldn't have been a dismissal he would have wanted to watch back.
Bamber in now, he bowls, and just a little bit too full on this occasion. It's worked down to long leg for a single. 146 for 4 into the 45th. Melissa Story alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic, replacing Ed Seaborn for a moment here at the county ground in Bristol. And yes, it's been probably 45 overs through this one. I think Middlesex 82 for 3 overnight. Middlesex would have been thinking, you kind of double that, all 160 for 6. Try and get a couple of them. Just the one so far today, though.
Well, I think it was what Marchant was saying there about Hammond and the maturity he's been able to play, that he has been making those innings for Gloucestershire, which just carry that bit of extra importance, just to, in those periods of the game where it can be very easy just to take your foot off the gas, but actually he keeps things ticking along. And, now that he's with Van Buren in the middle as well, again, lots of experience, this could really be a period for Gloucestershire to capitalise. And now to Van Buren, who works it into the leg side for a single. Ryan Higgins with the ball in hand moves the score to 147 for 4. But there's certainly still stuff out there for the bowlers. I think, we were saying with that spell from Helm that now and again there was that certain delivery which was just popping off the surface, and it always looked like something could happen, which is how you want it to be. I guess you don't want it to be in that stalemate kind of phase where wickets aren't coming for hours. And here there is a nice balance as Higgins around the wicket, straighter delivery, and just losing his balance there. Hammond works it to forward square leg for no run. And I mean, of course, with the rain and the wonderful clear-up job from the ground staff this morning, we've just kind of been watching it all go past. Had a bit of a relaxed one, but you've had a bit of a crisis in relation to your coffee, Kevin, haven't you?
Oh, yes, we haven't got to that yet, have we? Well, I haven't had a crisis just yet. There's the potential of a crisis.
As Higgins storms in now, again, straying onto the pads, flicked down towards fine leg, single taken, score to 148 for 4.
Has anybody got any, what do they call it, Pepto-Bismol? Is that it? Is that what it's called? Isn't that the one that stops you from things repeating on you?
Depends which way.
No, not that way. That obviously is potential, but hopefully that's further down the line, so to speak.
We'll add a bit of context to this discussion as Higgins over the wicket, bowling to Van Buren, who's solid in defence, pushes it past that short mid-off, which allows the Gloucestershire batters to come back for 2 runs. In fact, just hauled in within the boundary rope, so it will just be 2 runs. 150 up for Gloucestershire, 4 down. Hammond on 58, Van Buren on 21. Your coffee was a bit lumpy this morning, wasn't it?
It was. Well, it was more a soup than a lump. It was a well blended soup of coffee.
There was a bit of froth, wasn't there?
I'd have taken froth. There wasn't much froth. Yeah.
All I'm saying is it's a rookie error. As someone who works in an office, you never go for the carton which just has the dregs left in it.
Well, they've got the...
Someone's left it there for a reason. As Higgins is in, Van Buren on his tiptoes, works into the gap on the onside, takes a quick single. Fielder holds back on the throw and the score to 151.
Have you seen what the milk is served to us in? Here, have you gone for a cup of tea or a cup of coffee and tried the...
Well, not yet. Your experience slightly put me off.
They're the fanciest milk jugs I have ever seen. So I was trusting of said fancy milk jug.
Is it one of those ones shaped as a cow?
No,
I would consider that quite fancy.
It looks like something off a spaceship, to be honest. it's extraordinarily high-fangled for a jug of milk.
That's Higgins' final ball of this over. Runs into Hammond, who plays around the front pad, defending to mid-on. Ended the over, 151 for 4.
I think it was all my complaints about not getting cake at tea yesterday. They gave me cheese for lunch today instead.
No cake at tea?
No cake at tea.
What kind of world are we living in?
I know. Well, Ed Seaborn had suggested you might bring some with you, to be honest, but I clearly weren't listening at that point.
I was about to play the student card there, which I would usually play. But
Are you
I
still a student?
I'm not anymore, but I keep playing it out of habit. You know, when someone says it's your round, I go, well, I'm a student. So it's not.
Well, that means you get the discount, so yeah, it's your round. Do you get discount on cakes as a student?
I could try and make one, but I can't promise it would end up too well.
Yeah, the coffee, it started well. Heated the milk in the little milk heating thing that we had next door. Lovely capsules of coffee in there. Halfway through, it was still all right, but it was just as it started to get to the bottom, where obviously the heavy bit of the milk had clearly settled at the bottom and it would become soup. Now, what's that meme where it says, it was at this point when Kevin knew? Just tipping the coffee towards me to drink it, and it was slowly making its way from the end of the cup towards the top of the cup. It's like, ugh, what is happening?
You did have an expression which was a mixture of disgust and concern and a slight bit of panic in your eyes.
Yes. And I still do. We don't know where this is going to end.
If Kevin doesn't come back on commentary for a little while, then send your prayers and well wishes. Yes.
Feeling all right at the moment, though. So far, so good. Nothing a bit of cake wouldn't solve.
Well, I can't see Ed Seaborn doing much at the back of the box right now, so maybe he could take a quick
We were discussing
trip.
the nearest supermarkets yesterday, over the years here at Bristol.
Goodness, did it get that dire?
It was that slow yesterday, yeah.
Did you rate your favourites?
Here's Bamba. Bowl short, hooked up into the air. Long leg's not going to get anywhere near it, and indeed, the biggest boundary is cleared for 6. What a shot that is by Van Buren. He moves to 28 from 33, started the 47th over. That was dismissive stuff.
It was. He really got under the bounce of that one from Bamba. A couple have just lifted off the surface as well. So, you know, whilst it's in line with his body, there's always that bit of risk, but the fact he managed to get that so square and, as you say, across the longer boundary, I think a few other players just lost it, but nice bit of intent there from Van Buren. He moves on to 28 of just 33 balls.
Here goes Bamba again. Bowls, and this one nips back in. So Van Buren is just tucked up slightly on the back foot. Eases it away into the offside, and no run once more.
Just the 4 bowlers used by Middlesex.
Yeah, no carries yet.
Just the 4 overs for Henry Brooks as well. You wonder, with Higgins recently being introduced at the other end, that Bamba might just be coming towards a bit of an end to his spell now.
And he comes. Balls now, and It's just a little bit too full. It's bumped to mid-off where Luke Holman is a sub-fielder. Who's Holman on for? Let's have a look around the field. It was a good stop, actually, because it really kicked up, didn't it, after the drive. But Holman's done well sliding across the outfield, which will be slippy.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the water, which the ground staff mentioned did a great job of removing. There was puddles everywhere, and in those quite key spots as well in the inner ring where, you know, the officials have just got to pay a bit of extra attention for the safety of the fielders.
Oh, this is full, defended, inside edge onto the pad, falls away into the offside, and there's no run. That's better from Bamber, that's where he wants to be. He's just been a fraction too full for the most part, apart from the long hop he served up, which was hit for 6, but yeah, just a fraction too full, I'd suggest.
I mean, it is that, obviously, the T20 mentality they speak about trying to find that boundary as early on in the over. Even in the longer format, there's still that element of pressure that actually you've gone for 6 runs. Bamber's done a great job so far with 3 consecutive dots following on from that. But
here's Bamber in, he bowls full, it's clipped to mid-wicket, oh, it gets through. Stoneman, rings out his hand as well. It'll be slippy when that ball coming at pace all along the grass there to you. It's got through him, it's hurt him, he's still down on one knee, Stoneman. Ouch. They've taken a couple in the meantime. Van Buren's on to 30, 159 for 4.
It's not the weather. You want one of those ones which just catches a finger. And you mentioned the slippiness of the ball. It was a wayward throw in from the fielder as well. Went through the keeper and through third slip as well. Backed up by
it all
Gully.
went pretty well for Middlesex, that, didn't it?
That's when you need someone to just do a good call of good cricket, guys. Good cricket.
Bamber's past the umpire, he bowls, and it's a lovely ball. Just a little bit wide, but that's the length that Bamber wants to be on, and it was the length as much as anything there that Van Buren, what am I doing with this one? It was just a fraction too wide, but again, being perfectionist, just relaying it for the purpose of the listener. So 159 for 4 is the score. Bamber 1 for 66 from 16 now. Helm 1 for 25 from 11. Higgins 1 for 25 from 11, and there's De Carey's warming up for the first time.
I just think with this partnership forming and at the rate that Van Buren's being able to score, he looks quite comfortable out there, and it's, you know, not something you want to see as the opposition allowing someone to get through that vulnerable period at the start with such ease. So just having that change of pace from De Carey's and seeing what it might do on this surface, even as you say, it's having that change of pace facing the seam at one end. It makes the batters have something to think about, and in these periods of play, it's all about just keeping them on their toes. You can see Hammond there just warming up his feet again and moving around his wrists, playing a few shadow shots because Henry Brooks is coming back into the attack. Mentioned just bowled the 4 overs. Conceded 19 runs so far, wicketless at the moment. Hammond always a bit starved at the strike recently with Van Buren scoring so quickly. As in comes Brooks, it's back of a length, played out through the covers. A one-handed stop from the fielder at cover, who again has gone down.
Stoneman again. He's in the wars, isn't he?
Single take at 159 for 4. It's the last thing you want when you hurt your finger and then the ball follows you round, you fall on your shoulder, you're slipping about.
He's still holding it, isn't he?
It's early April, everything's going wrong. Well, not early April anymore, but it still feels like it.
Goodness me. Well, what's it with? How far through the season are we by the end of this match? 4 games out of 14 done. It's horrible thought. Horrible thought.
I mean, in some counties as well, pointing out, I think it was Warwickshire, that most of their home games are really congested at the start of the season. As Brooks is in, it's a shorter ball and it's been pulled away. Fielder doesn't see it at fine leg, but I don't think it would have mattered anyway. Goes away for 4 runs, directly square of the wicket. Van Buren, another boundary to him, moves to 34. And just Brooks there, similar to that previous over from Bamber. It was a shorter ball, but it didn't quite have that fire behind it. So actually it sit up nicely, Van Buren. Score moves to 164 for 4. But yeah, so I think it must be Warwickshire who have kind of said that, look, a lot of our home games are in the periods of the season where you're not really encouraging many people to come sit out in the stands, and it's going to impact us. As Brooks is in, straighter, beautiful on drive from Van Buren down the ground, away for 4. Shorter ball followed up with an over-pitch delivery. Van Buren seeing it like a beach ball. Those kind of shots just make it all worth it as a spectator to the game. 168 for 4.
Well, we've seen some nice straight drives in this game. Young Nathan Fernandez turned 20 yesterday.
You're a big fan.
Very big fan. I think anybody that has seen Fernandez is a big fan.
As in comes Brooks to Van Buren, this time solid in defence on the back foot, pushed out to cover for no run.
57 overs left today. Chance you'll get to see him.
Well, from a Middlesex point of view.
Well, 40. I tell you what, if they're still going in 57 overs, Middlesex got a big problem in this match, haven't they? So they would rather hope that they'll have broken this partnership and rattled through a quick couple more. The Middlesex innings was a partnership at the top, Fernandez and Mark Stoneman, and then Josh de Carey's putting some together with Tom Helm at the end.
As Brooks is bowling, and this time tickled off the pads fine. Fielder with a bit of work to do, gets round. And they get through for just the single. Score to 169 for 4, Gloucestershire. I mean, you mentioned this partnership growing. That wicket of James Bracey falling when the score 113 for 4, now 169 for 4. You don't want things just to creep away from you. But we have seen some huge individual scores already this season.
You prefer things creeping towards you?
I'm not usually a fan of too many things creeping towards me. As driving, square of the wicket, protection in the deep. Just a single, score to 170 for 4 at the end of the 48th. That makes me think almost of, the horror film with the creepy little...
Oh, which one?
I don't know, but...
They've all got a creepy little something, haven't they, horror films?
That's like the key ingredient to a horror film.
Creepy.
Creepy little something. You could choose the most adorable creature ever, like a guinea pig. But I think if it creeped towards you with creepy music in the background, that would be scary.
Fangs showing.
Yeah.
Here is one man that could never be accused of being a creep, Ethan Bamber, the world's nicest man, we are told. As nice as De Lange is, nobody's nicer than Bamber. But he doesn't do the angry thing yet on the field. Maybe that's what they've got to do. They've got to develop his angry...
Maybe if they play horror music in the background, it will incentivise him to get that bit more of, fury behind him. I mean, there's two options as a bowler. You've either got to be scary or creepy. Are you going for the twins in The Shining?
Well, which creepy...
Or are you going for, the woman in black?
Who springs to mind when you think of a creepy fast bowler?
I don't want any defamation cases here.
Men's or women's game are we talking? You've clearly got somebody in mind.
I mean, I was always told, and I used to do this when I was probably in under-15s cricket, just as we have a few member of the grounds team here, just, I think, doing a bit of work to the bowler's run-up here, the end Henry Brooks has been bowling from, doing a bit of work. But, I mean, I was told it would creep the batters out if you smiled at them when you were running in.
Do you remember the Darren Gough one where he stuck his tongue out?
Yeah. So I always used to run in smiling. But, I'm
now that's creepy.
It is creepy. Not just because it's me, but anyone. But I was always quite glad we never had professional...
So you were the creepy
I
bowler.
was the creepy one. I don't think I'm quite scary. I'm dressed up one of the characters from In the Night Garden. I don't think that's particularly scary. Just wonder what they're doing
Lulling them
here.
into a false sense of security. That's what you're doing.
Exactly. They've got a drill. So...
Oh, hold on. Yeah, I thought they would just take that. Oh, it must be one of the... oh, no, maybe not.
One of the covers?
I was going to say one of the sprinklers, but I think there's one right behind the... you wouldn't have thought there was a sprinkler there.
Well, you can see one, as you say, just to the left, but maybe there was just a bit of a turf.
What is it?
It surely wouldn't be like a weed or anything.
Yeah. We looked to our local experts to our left, and no.
Maybe a particularly inquisitive, cricket-loving mole has decided to...
One of your guinea pigs.
Or my creepy guinea pigs.
Yeah, the creepy guinea pigs. It's like working with Bob Hunt all over again. Did you ever hear about the cheating vicars? Bob Hunt's story about the cheating vicars. We've gone from the cheating vicars to the creepy guinea pigs.
No, so you're going to have to tell me.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure the legal matters are over with regards to that one. Bamber's around the wicket, he bowls and forward goes. Hammond defending as play resumes at last after whatever the problem was that required a drill. Pretty much at the point where, who's bowling up there at the moment? Higgins would leap before bowling. that was pretty much the spot, wasn't it? So, yeah, strange one.
I mean,
Strange days indeed.
you'd anticipate maybe a bit of tuft of grass, but I'm not sure a drill would be my first point of call.
Bamba's in, he bowls, and thick inside edge is looking to drive. Hammond tries to access the offside. The ball trickles just fine of mid-on. Ryan Higgins comes down to collect.
That's certainly, as you say, that area that Bamba needs to focus on, because there's been a few occasions now where the Gloucestershire batters have just been playing out a bit too early in front of their bodies, and there's been a few inside edges onto pad, which have been fortunate, but you particularly think in these early season pitches, the potential for drag-ons into the stumps.
The bustling Bamba is in, he bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside. Defensively by Hammond off the back foot. So he's coming the over. The noise has picked up a little bit. A few come in Saturday afternoon. I suppose club season's not quite here yet, is it? So
it's still pre-season friendlies territories. And
yeah.
as you say, people like to culminate around, well, behind the bowler's arm on both ends. But
it's a decent little viewing spot down here, isn't it? You don't get the elevation of the stands at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. As his Bamba is in, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, no run. But it's a nice little ground now. Bristol, we were discussing it yesterday, sitting up atop the Jessup stand, which is now where the Mound stand is here at Bristol. So it was a two-tiered stand over there, the Jessup stand thing, so we're up the top. Trying to picture it now, but I can't really remember, but I certainly remember commentating up there and looking down from what was the second floor, so they've demolished it and made a smaller stand over there. As this ball's short down the leg side and hooked away. Fine it goes. Hammond's on to 64, 174 for 4. And around the wicket to the left-hander, he just went a little bit too straight there and a little bit too short.
Again, it's just that release of pressure. 4 dot balls and accessing that corner of the ground just by moving over the stumps. Made it much easier to beat the fielder. And again, this partnership continues to grow.
Bamba flicks a bit of dirt from his boot, and what are they up to? They're working away on it. So as it was hooked down there, there's some covers down there. I didn't see how close it went to those covers.
And recently there was that clip of a game, I think, involving Gloucestershire, where the covers almost swallowed the ball and they couldn't find it at all because they are folded up rather neatly.
Was it raining in that game? Because that's the thing, the covers are going to be pretty wet for this one, aren't they? Look, there we go.
Yeah.
Umpire, have a look at that, please. Gear on with it. Gear on with it. Passed straight, he barely glanced at it, did he? And he handed it straight back to Stoneman. Wasn't having any of that. Here goes Bamba. Last ball of the over, he bowls, and right in behind this one, he went a long way across Hammond, who defends to mid-wicket. End of the over, 49 bowled, 174 for 4. Melissa Story alongside myself. Kevin Hands, dragged yourself away from the Hampshire game today. Where are they playing?
Well, they're playing at Surrey, and I make a particular rule not to go to the Oval when I can avoid it.
Oh, not even for the lunches and the teas and indeed the breakfasts.
Do they provide
They used
you...
to. I don't think they do breakfasts anymore. They used to do breakfasts.
Do they provide you with cakes, though? Because I can tell that this is slightly aggrieving you that there isn't cakes.
It's
because you're used to Lords.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
I've had a lot of cake in the last... well, actually, to be fair, they're probably doing me a favour. I've had a lot of cake in the last few weeks.
If you want to get a bit of cake here, you've got to help the ground staff take off the covers. That's the
Ooh.
rule. As Brooks is in, another shorter ball, and pulling and perfectly bisecting the 2 fielders at deep square and fine leg. Van Buren, again, ticking things along nicely, moves to 42. And Brooks, well, it was a well-directed delivery, but of course Van Buren, slightly shorter in stature. Actually, you see with players who are just a bit shorter that they're so good at reading those shorter pitch deliveries, getting underneath the bounce and just rolled his wrists on it nicely. Never any danger of being caught out in the deep. But yeah, I think we can certainly run through some of the scores around the country, because it's not just men's county championship, but it's the 3rd round, I believe, the Rachel Hay Flint
Up the Sunrisers.
50 over trophy. Well,
Up the Sunrise.
Well, you're going to be you're happy with how they've performed so far.
Yeah. Although the sun's setting on the Sunrisers, sadly.
I know. As Brooks in Yorker, just dug out into the hands of mid-wicket on the bounce by Van Buren. 178 for 4.
What am I going to do? I'm going to go and find a proper job on those days now next year.
Fancy doing a bit of the Essex women's streams?
Well, absolutely, yes.
Anything for work.
Freelancer, I mean, come on. As much as we play up to boo, Essex, no Surrey. Work, yes please. On the way.
As Brooks comes in now past the umpire, slipping a gully in and driving to mid-on. Without much timing is Van Buren. So quickly, just to look at those women's scores first of all, we mentioned we'll finish with your Sunrisers, because between the South East Stars and the Central Sparks, South East Stars batting first, 268. And in reply, the Central Sparks need 259 from 48.3 overs. So just got started there. Western Storms, of course, the side which Gloucestershire fans listening to will be supporting for this final season, is defending. Van Buren into the covers for no run. Western Storm batting first, scored 252 for 6. And in reply, the Thunder, 54 for 1. They need 199 more runs from 39. Vipers Northern Diamonds. Vipers batting first, 287 for 9. And the Northern Diamonds are 40 for 2. They need another 248 runs from 39 overs. And your Sunrisers bowling the Blaze out for just 87. They're 22 for none in reply, as this one full on the pads, flicked out towards deep square leg. Fielder in the deep allows them to get through for a single, 180 for 4 at the end of the 50th over. So a great performance from your Sunrisers.
Outstanding. Could they go out with a bang?
They've already
Sunrisers.
got one win against Western Storm in that opening game. They're a team which I've had some more disappointing runs as it's gone, but I think because they're such a young side, actually, they're kind of getting the reward now for that investment, as leaving this one alone as Hammond watches it through to the gloves of the keeper. Apologies, now it's the end of over, 179 for 4.
A quick question, what time's tea? I'm assuming it's 4 o'clock. 3:50, oh, of course, because they'll be separating the sessions, yes. So making sure that it's not too long a session, 3:50. So we've got 50 minutes till tea. How many down will Middlesex be at tea, do you think? They could do with the wicket, couldn't they? 179 for 4, Gloucestershire, and they'll be worried now. 34 the difference with 6 wickets standing. And it's over to Josh de Carey's. A little bit of off break from the pavilion end here at Bristol.
I mean, 66 run partnership now between Hammond and Van Buren. Van Buren threatening to overtake Hammond in their individual scores. But I like this. I think there needs to be a bit of a change here from Middlesex, just to see what happens. Try out some different fields. They're going to have a slip in for de Carey's, but a bit of protection as well in the deep, but deep cover and a deep mid-wicket.
Well, they've got young Nathan Fernandez, who can bowl some left-arm spin as well, and I'd be very surprised if we don't see him before tea. And, of course, the skipper himself, Elias Deploy, who turned it bigger than anybody at Lords in the opening round against Gloucestershire with his part-time left-arm spin. Here's de Carey's off-break bowler. Bowls full straight, and the ball's turned mid-wicket by Van Buren, and there's no run.
I guess that's been one of the merits of using the Kookaburra ball early on, is that a lot of more part-time bowlers got to have a go. Bit of fun for them at the start of the season.
De Carey's is in. Bowls short, pulled away. Long hop from de Carey's, down the leg side as well. That was a comfortable put away for Van Buren. He moves to 47. Ed and I are bored. Ed's got his red thing out. I've got my what is it called? Muffler.
I mean,
I've got
Ed
mine
really resembled a Sesame Street character when he was doing that.
Oh my goodness me, put it back on, Ed. Wait, no. I think I can save you the beaker. Here's a short one, cut away to backward point, and there's no one, wasn't it? Oh no.
It was Grover from Sesame Street. Or is he one of the Muppets? Or is he Sesame Street?
He's Sesame Street, isn't he, Grover?
I get them a bit mixed up sometimes.
Oh yeah, it was Beaker.
Beaker's Muppets,
the Muppets,
definitely.
Yeah.
He's in the Christmas Carol.
Here goes de Carey's push back, and there's no run. The Muppets Christmas Carol.
One of the greatest films.
Fantastic movie, and I can guarantee you Ed Seaborn has not seen it. Muppets Christmas Carol, Muppets Treasure Island, Muppets Take Manhattan. Oh, Ed. De Carey's. in bowls. Lovely bit of flight, and this is eased away into the offside single. 184 for 4. Scrooge in Muppets Christmas Carol was played by
Michael Caine.
Well done.
It hurts me that Ed's never got to hear the line delivery from Gonzo of Tiny Tim, who did not die. I mean, it's one of the greatest
Spoiler.
movies of all time. Sorry. I know.
Honestly.
It has been out for a little while. I thought we'd have the chance to catch up.
Ed promises to watch it one day. Carries around the wicket with Hammond on strike on 64 bowls. This is eased away into the offside. 184 for 4. End of the over 5 off it with that boundary. It's the second ball. Van Buren's on 48 and will have strike.
Well, we did discover that Ed hasn't watched, well, you guys discovered yesterday that Ed hasn't watched as many films as you have. And I
Still
recalled,
not over that. Trading places.
I mean, I recalled my first interaction with Ed when I met him and said, what's your, what kind of music do you like? I don't listen to music. What kind of films do you watch? I don't watch films. TV series? I don't watch TV series. And luckily, it's taken me 3 years to work out what he does like, which is cricket and
Well,
ice
thank
hockey.
goodness for that.
So
Thank goodness for that.
We've got there. Yes.
There's Beaker. He had the big red nose as well, Beaker. Here's
In
Brooks.
comes Brooks and just guides it to backward point, does Van Buren, who's on 48 now. 184 for 4. Poor Ed, he goes off air for a few minutes and we're here saying that he doesn't watch the films we do and he looks like Muppets and Sesame Street characters.
Indeed.
I feel like we've got to watch our backs now.
Speaking of, can we go to theatre with Ed? Do you like theatre?
Okay, we got a maybe. We could test the water.
Have you ever seen the, what do they call it?
As Brooks bowls and just getting
The-
squared up this time, Van Buren for no run.
Parody of Sesame Street. Avenue Q.
No.
Absolutely genius. Hasn't been on, I think it's still on in New York, but it hasn't been on in London for more than a decade now, I think. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant piece of theatre.
I mean,
I'd be in tears. Everybody rants and raves about the Book of Mormon, but
yes.
Avenue Q was the best for me. It was literally Sesame Street for adults.
You're telling me Sesame Street's not for adults? As Brooks bowling, defending again as Van Buren back down the pitch. I mean, Ed does kind of look like someone who would enjoy the theatre. He strikes me as someone who, would turn around and suddenly be able to recite all the lyrics from, Hamilton. I'm not sure if that's a compliment, actually, now that
Recite
I said
it
that.
or rap it?
Oh, yeah, rap it. I think that could be a challenge. Hamilton's in Bristol at the moment.
Is it really? Here's what I could do on a Saturday night. Haven't seen it yet.
Brooks in, shorter ball, swivelling on this one, and again finds the gap. Van Buren perfectly divides the fielders and brings up his half-century. 52 off 56 balls. It's really just been a burst of momentum here for Gloucestershire. He's really not let the Middlesex bowlers rest at any point. He's always attacking, so good at that pull shot. And Gloucestershire 188 for 4 now. He's been great at finding those gaps in the field. Twice now he's dissected those fielders. De Carey's that time desperately trying to stop the boundary. Bit of a delay now as I think the ball being dried again, particularly when it's going to the boundary. It's getting a bit more damp. Brooks to the crease now, driving slightly uppish. The fielder dives over it at cover. Gets through for a single as it wasn't perfectly timed. Score to 189 for 4. Is that Stoneman again?
Has he had... Oh, to Carey's this time. Oh, is it? Actually, Luke Holman. Yeah, De Carey's is down below us. They've both got broad shoulders for quite young men, haven't they? De Carey's and Holman, especially young batters as they are. Both spin bowling all-rounders.
Left-handed Hammond on strike and gets struck on the pads. Big shout from the keeper and first slip, but nothing from Brooks, which is always indication to the umpire there. End of the over, 189 for 4. You suspect just pitching outside the leg stump, that shout for leg before. Hammond on 64, Van Buren on 53.
I told you there were skies of blue on the way. I can see skies of blue up above the mound stand at the moment. Heading this way, hopefully. It's quite grey over towards Ed Bevan land, away to our left. But Who'd that be? Who'd be in that direction? That would be Stephen Lamb area, I think. Lammy's around that way, isn't he? Up around Cheltenham. Stephen Lamb, do you know Stephen Lamb? He used to do the Somerset commentary with. Right, one more over for me, and I'll get out of the way because I'm going to solve as well who Luke Holman's on for. Here's to Carey's bowls, and this is pushed back by Van Buren. There's no run, so slip is Eskenazi, backward point is Brooks, deep cover is Holden, short extra cover is Deploy, mid-off Helm, mid-on Holman, the sub-fielder. Higgins is at mid-wicket, as here's to Carey's bowls, and a little bit of drift on that one, pushed back by the right-hander. There's no run, and that leaves the deep square, who, by process of elimination... Oh, it's Helm who's out there, so who's at mid-off?
This is great to get an insight into what happens in your brain.
Thank you. To Carey's bowls, and this is short and eased away out to deep cover for a single. No, it is Helm who's at mid-off, so who's at deep mid-wicket?
I reckon if you stick your head out the window and yell loud enough, you can probably ask him.
Who is it? Oh, it's Bamber. Must be Bamber out there. And then the what was backward square leg is now backward point because the left hand's on strike. It's Nathan Fernandez, so it is Stoneman who's off for Holman. As here's to Carey's around the wicket, he bowls, and this is eased away to Fernandez at point, and there's no run. And in 2 balls with that, I will make way, and you will be left in full knowledge of every fielding position. You're welcome. To Carey's. In now, bowls, and this is hit in the air. Oh, now has Helm picked that up? It goes just short of Helm, who was sat on his heels really, and I think he didn't get the flight of it.
No, I think the initial reaction, all the fielders closer into the bat immediately yelled for the catch, but it was that delayed movement, and by the end, I think even if he'd got a dive forward, it would have bounced before him.
Last ball of the over to Carey's bowls, and this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. I'd imagine off the bat his weight went back thinking, is this going over my head? Do I need to prepare to jump? And then by which point he'd realise actually he hasn't got hold of it at all, and it was falling short of the mid-on. End of the over, Hammond 64, Van Buren has 54, and Gloucestershire 190 for 4. A few words from Melissa. My apologies.
Kevin.
Melissa.
Goodness, and I thought we were friends.
And you'll be replaced by, how can I get Ed's name wrong now? I've had Elizabeth for Melissa. Don't know.
Joseph Seaborn.
Yes, there you go.
Thank you, Matthew. Good second over there from De Carey's, just finding those areas. A bit more ease. Brooks continues into Van Buren, tickles it past the keeper. I wonder if there's just a bit of pad on that one as it didn't race towards the boundary. Fielded down there to Carey's. Brings it in inside the rope, single to the total, 191 for 4. Joined again by Ed Seaborn.
Hello, Melissa. How are you?
I'm good.
It's been a while.
It has.
I'm surprised you didn't say goodbye to Kevin as Andy. You know, Handy Andy. Changing Rooms. You never watched Changing Rooms? See, I have watched a TV show.
No, I haven't watched Changing Rooms.
Oh, Changing Rooms.
As Brooks is in and driving. And was that a chance there for Brooks in his follow-through? If it was low down to the ground. The reaction of the keeper and Gully with hands on his head. Just getting a replay up in front of us. I think it would have fallen just short. I mean, he's a tall man, is Henry Brooks. So to get down whilst your momentum's channeling towards the stumps, it's always difficult. You know, they compare how spinners finish off their follow-through, getting into that strong catching position. It's not quite the same for seamers. So potentially a chance as Van Buren's riding the bounce of this one, guides it to backward point for no run.
Kind of died on him, didn't it? Because I thought Van Buren had actually hit that a bit better maybe than he had, or at least
I mean,
for the way that he hit it, I expected that it would carry more comfortably than it did.
I mean, he has been really punchy in this innings as well. Like, he's timing it nicely and hasn't been afraid to fully follow through with the shot. But I think, as you say, with that one, maybe he just took his hands off the bat at the last minute, making sure it didn't carry. Henry Brooks in and dropping his hands on this one into the onside. It's signalled no ball from the umpire.
Love the gloves on umpire Shanmugam as well.
That's
great.
incredibly sensible.
Yeah.
You don't see this enough. I think, everyone speaks of Bruce Oxenwood's...
The ox blocker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I heard that,
that's what it was called, I think, the ox blocker.
Oh, I love that. But I think that's incredibly sensible. When it's cold, you're out there for a long time. Wrap up warm. It's defending this time. Here's Van Buren's firmly in behind that one, into the onside. No run.
I'm not sure that Bruce Oxenford's was particularly for keeping warm in Australia,
Well,
but...
no, I think that was more making sure you didn't get absolutely obliterated by the ball.
There's another Australian umpire, Gerard Aboud, who is the helmet-wearing umpire.
Again, incredibly sensible, because players hit it so hard these days.
Yeah.
Brooks in now, again straying onto the hip. It's worked down towards Carey's at fine leg, single taken.
Going on at the back there with De Carey's? It's his towel. His towel has got a thread which is dangling out the back, and it makes him look like a sort of a bunny rabbit where half his tail has sort of been pulled by, I don't know.
See, I think it looks like one of those toys where you pulled the string, like in Toy Story with
Oh,
Woody.
yes.
You pull the string
I know
and
what you mean.
he'll come out with some catchphrase.
Have you seen Toy Story yet?
As Brooks bowls, slapped straight to the hands of cover. On the bounce, end of the over, 195 for 4 after 54 overs. Have you seen Toy Story
And
yet?
you know what, Kevin? I've seen Toy Story 2 as well.
But the big question is, have you seen Toy Story 3? That's a real
I
tearjerker.
don't think I have.
I'm pretty sure there's a Toy Story 4 as well.
I think there is, yeah.
I think every single one of those movies makes me cry. Because you have to grapple with the thought of getting rid of your toys. And it's quite a sad concept. The worst one, actually, I've had. Have you seen Inside Out? Another kids' film based on like kind of imaginary friends and kind of
No, I don't think I know that
feelings like that. It's a great film, but I had a very embarrassing experience.
Here comes De Carey's, starting his third over, bowling short pulled by Van Buren, but he won't beat backward square.
I used to be a babysitter, and this family said it was okay if I took the kids out to the cinema. So I was like, let's go see Inside Out, this new film about growing up and dealing with your emotions. It sounds
gosh.
really fun.
It's a heavy subject matter for a children's movie. De Carey's bowls, this is laced off the back foot by Van Buren, just looking to time the ball behind square on the offside, but this time it's backward point who prevents runs.
And don't get me wrong, the kids had a great time. They thought it was a brilliant movie because some of the the deeper themes maybe went over their heads.
De Carey's bowls for defence from Van Buren, screams no to Hammond, who stays put, and then on striker's end.
But I had to desperately hide the fact I was sobbing for half the film because the main character had to say goodbye to imaginary friends and all these childhood wonderful things, and it was devastating for 16-year-old Melissa.
De Carey's bowls trying to pull again. Van Buren, the second time that he's found the hands of backward square leg. I'm sure he's actually rehearsing a defensive shot now, which I'm, to be honest, sure that would have been the right shot to select, but he's got to put out of his mind the annoyance of having found that fielder twice in the over. Full again from De Carey's, and head over the ball defending is Van Buren into the covers. Yeah, I don't know. I think there is that moment where you just feel like your childhood is lost forever, and you had that in a cinema.
In the dark.
Babysitting people. Forward defending is Van Buren out into the offside. It's maiden over from De Carey's, 195 for 4, so the deficit just 8 runs. It's a bit like when you see these people out for a dog walk and the dogs are basically just walking the owner. So effectively, you've turned babysitting into them having to babysit you.
Essentially, yeah. I think they probably had to hold my hand walking out of the screening and just be like, is it okay? Are you okay to drive us home? Yes. Baby. I love a film that makes you cry, though. I think it's a good bit of storytelling. You must have cried at a film before.
A little bit, sometimes.
Ashes 2005 box set. That brings me close to tears,
Very
I'll tell
good.
you what.
No, well, I don't, to be honest, set out to cry at films. So there's enough that makes me cry just from everyday life
Well, you
without
do-
needing any more.
You do have to follow Gloucestershire around quite a lot. So.
I wasn't going to say it.
Not this season, though, because this is a great partnership between Hammond and Van Buren. Since that fall of the wicket of James Bracey, 113 for 3. well, for 4 was the score, but they're nearing that 200 mark. 2 slips in and a gully. As Helm now bowling and driving is Hammond straight to extra cover. And it's great having Kevin Hound here in the commentary box with us, because you can hear all the sound effects from the back of the box. He's very vocal.
Yes, he's sort of the vocal equivalent of what you are with your hand gestures.
I've been relatively...
We can stand if you want, and then we can have the full Melissa Story experience in the commentary box with the shadow shots being played and the footwork and all that.
I'm sure people listening at home are also replicating these shots. As in comes Helm, and this time guides the ball through the vacant cover region out towards the sweeper. They actually run through for just a single. 196 for 4 in the 56th over.
I will reference one film, though, because you were talking about fast bowlers being creepy. And in terms of a fast bowler who will come down and smile at you, the man who was in the commentary box not so long ago is very good at doing that. Marchand de Lange's smile. You know he's not smiling with mirth. It's like, have you seen the film Smile?
No.
Came out fairly recently. Oh, you only have to have a look at the poster to know what I mean.
Oh, okay. As Helm is into Van Buren, an inside edge just past the stumps, goes down towards fine leg. Gets lucky on that occasion as Van Buren moves on to 56, 197 for 4. I do remember this one. Is the concept everyone's stuck smiling, or you're not allowed to smile?
Well,
you're making it sound quite complex.
I'm going to recap
the entire. It's not.
The entire film. People will have to see it, but if Marchand de Lange were to assume that face.
As Helm is in now, and a thickish edge goes past the diving gully fielder. Was always travelling down, never really a catching option. Nasty throw back into the keeper. Nice half volley. Get through for a single, 198 for 4 Gloucestershire.
It's going to be lively down there, isn't it?
There's always
A
time
group.
to join
There's some
later.
people in fancy dress.
No,
Magnificent.
Yeah, they're all dressed up as is it teddy bears?
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? Having a picnic on the tables.
Ah,
Isn't that lovely? With obviously only liquid refreshment.
should we burst into song? There's Helm. Storming in again now. Bowls over the wicket, shorter ball, and over the head of the fielder, pulled away for 6.
Oh, I think
Van
that's almost hit the
Buren.
blotter.
Fantastic shot from him. It was a good shorter ball from Helm, just slightly misdirected. And again, it's that ability for Van Buren to get underneath the ball. There was 2 fielders out there. He took them both on. And I'm now slightly worried about where I've parked my car.
So Gloucestershire into the lead with one swing of the bat, and that would have been 6, even if the boundaries had been right back. They're in a long way, probably the longest way from that part of the ground towards the club offices that I've seen for any game here. But that would have carried, even if it had been right back. I think it almost did hit the blotter, which is just behind the advertising boards at Backward Square.
You just wonder now, with Middlesex taking extra care to dry the ball. Whenever you see blows like that, you just wonder whether the ball's taken a bit of a hammering, whether it might have been misshapen. They don't seem too concerned. Middlesex as Helm. I was going to say creeps in, but I don't want to insinuate that now. Bowls outside the off stump, drops it into the offside, quick single taken. And the score to 205 for 4 at the end of the 56th over. Just a great ability there shown from Van Buren of, you know, the versatile player he is. He's smoked that boundary, just the ball before, and then actually noticed there was that gap in the covers. He's really quick between the wickets as well, and just keeping things fresh in this partnership, rotating it round, and it really has been the Van Buren show, with him only 3 runs away from overtaking Miles Hammond. I guess it's that benefit of the platform Hammond created by adding that bit of stability to the innings has allowed Van Buren to bat the way he wanted. And I can't tell if it's those, are they You know what? I'm not quite sure they're teddy bears, Ed.
I thought they were like sort of
They've got
sort of grizzly bears.
Yeah,
but
they've got pointy teeth on their hooks.
Here's De Carey's bowling to Van Buren in behind that in defence. It's very hard to tell what. There's this pointy ears,
Have they
and
got
then there
tails?
are some
I
teeth.
think that might indicate to us what kind of creature this might be if we can spot a tail.
Brown, fluffy costumes. In comes De Carey's and bowls, tucked into the onside. No, says Van Buren. Hammond takes a couple of tentative steps down from the non-striker's end, but has to get back.
I think they're certainly bears, so if anyone has any intel at the ground or can do a bit of snooping for us to find out why they're dressed as bears.
De Carey's is in for defence to short extra cover. Perhaps Birmingham was just a bit too far for them.
It could be Bear Flat Cricket Club in Bath, if they've made the journey over. Look at that local knowledge from
Yeah, very good. De Carey's bowls, and another forward defence from Van Buren out into the offside. So there's a large group of them there. Perhaps they had a match rained off today,
and so
or
they
something
went,
like
what's
that.
the logical thing to do? Let's dress up as a group of teddy bears and head to the cricket.
De Carey's is in, turned to mid-wicket, and no run. I think what was great along those lines, do you remember, was it the year before last now, I suppose it would have been, when the test was, it was 3 years ago, when the test was cancelled
Yes.
against India at Old Trafford.
Sale Cricket Club.
Yes, it was terrific. And Thunder managed to get everybody over to Sale Cricket Club dressed in everything that they would have been for the test match. As leading forward to defend is Van Buren, and that's another maiden over from De Carey's. It's 205 for 4.
Well, my favourite part of that story was that it was around the same time, and for listeners of the Tail Enders podcast on the BBC will know that there was a story emerging that Jimmy Anderson was being chased by a magical frog which had been sent to him by a wizard. So the main fancy dress outfit at that game at Sale Cricket Club was tons of frogs and wizards everywhere. So when an outsider looks in towards a cricket game and goes, oh, that looks quite fun, let's go have a look, and they must be so confused. It's such a confusing concept. But actually I need your help, because I'm going to Edgbaston for the men's test against the West Indies, and me and my friends have got seats in the Holly stand. And we are desperate to go in fancy dress. And we kind of need some ideas for trios, because we originally had tickets to the 4th men's Ashes test, which then got rained out, and we were going to go as the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, aka the Nathan Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. I had to be the wardrobe though. How boring's that?
It's better than the witch.
I wouldn't need an outfit for that.
No.
But I need one for Edgbaston, because I feel like if I'm going to be sat in the Hollies, maybe I'll ask our little group of bears where they got theirs from, and we can go as the 3 bears. But then I feel like we need a Goldilocks. You could do that. You've got
Well, if
lovely
you've got a
blonde
ticket
hair.
going.
In comes Helm. Apologies, Higgins. And it's left alone outside the off stump. Bringing in the changes now, Middlesex. Keeper up to the stumps. Still got 2 slips in the gully.
3 Stooges.
Oh, how mean. I feel like you can do the 3 Musketeers, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get like a
Well, the
sword
problem is the
through
weapon,
security.
exactly, yeah.
They're not keen on weapons at the cricket. It's a shame. As defending this time is Hammond into the covers, takes a quick single. Bit of a delay from the fielder there. Score to a 206 for 4. But if anyone has any ideas, you've got an email address now for
I have,
Bristol
and
Cricket, don't you?
Mark from Madrid is suggesting that they're dressed up as bears for the Bristol Bears rugby.
Oh, we are a bit thick, aren't we? That could be a good option.
Yeah, but then, well, I don't know. I suppose they could have decided to come to the cricket in tribute to the rugby.
As Higgins charges in now, it's full and played just to the right of mid-on, tumbles to field and keeps it to a dot ball.
It's not going very well for the Bears up at Edgbaston.
Oh, lovely
29
transition.
for 3, with Nottinghamshire having been bowled out for 400. And Alex Davies, all that build-up, leading run scorer in the country. Come and watch Alex Davies in action. He's out for a duck.
It's always a curse. Higgins in defending. It's Van Buren solidly behind that one. Another dot ball. Well, should we run through some of the scores?
I think we probably should.
Should I do Durham Essex?
Well, I think you can do whichever score you'd like, Melissa. You can take your pick from any score.
It's so kind of you, Ed.
Start with
Thank
whichever
you.
one you want.
Well, I will start with Durham, who scored 358 in their first innings. Mainly thanks to batting heroics, as bowling this time Higgins. And it's again the same result, driven to mid-on for no run. Colin Ackerman scoring 112, and Ollie Robinson, the Durham one, scoring 90. And then in reply, Essex, well, brilliantly opened up with Sam Cook as a night watcher, which he scored 25. So another good innings from him. They're 186 for 2. In reply, driven into the right hand of Higgins and his follow through. Dot ball, end of the over, 206 for 4 off 58.
I missed the fact that Harry Duke is on loan to Essex. I've just not registered that whatsoever.
I expected better from you, Ed, but hey, there's always time for improvement. Who else have we got?
Surrey against Hampshire, he says.
Go on then.
Bringing that up.
I'll let you read that
An
out.
opportune moment. Well, Surrey 330 for 9 as Jordan Clark has 82 not out from 75 deliveries, 11 fours and a 6. Rory Burns made 100. And that's an imposing lead for Surrey now, 179 runs. As we've got a change of bowling, they've had enough of De Carey's, at least for now, and it'll be another burst from Tom Helm. So really trying to push hard for this wicket. Maybe a change of ends for De Carey's possibly, but we've just seen Higgins come on, so he's been whipped out of the attack, 4 tight overs. And Helm starts with a short ball down the leg side, and Hammond's whipped it away round the corner, but it's only a single. So Van Buren continues to catch up to Hammond, and he's got off strike first ball this over. Has Hammond, 68 for him now. The lead for Gloucestershire is 4.
Well, yeah, Helm just having the one over from that other end, so maybe he wasn't quite happy with it and wanted another burst at this end. Hammond seems just to be getting a single first ball of the over and letting Van Buren take over.
Yeah, he's almost faced the same number of deliveries now. 85 to 97. This will be Van Buren's 86, and it'll be a short wide ball which is clattered through point for 4 runs, where Van Buren has scored so many of his runs in his career. And another boundary, and Van Buren is now just within 1 of Hammond on 67.
I mean, it makes sense because, as we say, he's timing it so sweetly. He's just had this ability ever since he's come to the crease. It was one of those innings where you turn your back and look around and he's already on 25. And so, you know, if you're Hammond in this situation, you're just happy to let the partnership keep moving along at a really comfortable rate. And Helm under a bit of pressure with that boundary.
2 slips and a galley. Helm into Van Buren. Oh, that's a good delivery. Pitching it up and drawing Van Buren onto the front foot, but just maybe a little bit of movement, just enough off the surface to beat Hammond's edge, but maybe just a bit too much to take it.
Yeah, really good response there from Helm, and, you know, does show his character that actually, you know, you bowl that looser delivery, which you will do because you're in your 18th over, it's tiring, it's, you know, hard work out there, particularly with this partnership, but he's a class bowler.
Yeah, straining everything. I mean, they've really thrown the ball back to him, saying you need to break this partnership because this is starting to get a little concerning. As Van Buren hops into a defence, it rolls to mid-on, there's no run. Game between Worcestershire and Somerset. Somerset declared on 309 for 9. Worcestershire 32 for 1 in reply, with, well, Adam Finch opening the batting. It's catching this. So much for it all going out of fashion. Adam Finch made 17 and he was dismissed by Jake Ball, but Libby and Roderick, the usual opening pair, are there now. Helm to Van Buren, wide outside the off stump, forced away through cover point, and that won't be stopped either before it goes over the boundary. So Van Buren overtakes Hammond on 71, 215 for 4. In Division 2, Leicestershire 97 for 2 in reply to Northamptonshire's 453 for 7 declared, but that has been suspended due to bad light. Marcus Harris, former Gloucestershire man, made a duck, and Rishi Patel 29, Louis Kimbers 47 not out for Leicestershire. Helm bowls, push drive out into the covers. They put the sweeper back at deep point now, allowing Van Buren to take the single, and he's nabbed the strike. So Hammond will watch again from the non-striker's end. 216 for 4, so the lead is 13. The 100 partnership, by the way, coming up with that boundary earlier on in the over. And just one more score to mention. Derbyshire 56 for 3 in reply to Yorkshire's 450 for 5 declared. So 2 wickets for Matthew Fisher and 1 to Ben Code.
I think if you just look at those contributions from the batters in this 100-run partnership, Miles Hammond scoring 25, Van Buren 72 off 90 balls.
And he's faced almost twice the number of deliveries in this partnership.
I mean, I think it's good from Miles Hammond, though, because, you know, in this kind of situation, you might get that urge to actually be like, hang on a second, I'm the set batter here. You know, I'm the one who's meant to be scoring the runs, but he's identified that, you know, he's on a roll, as Higgins bowls. It's worked to mid-wicket for no run.
Tea at 350, another reminder of that. You were talking about your baking. Is that something that you've been doing a lot? Because I don't necessarily remember chatting about baking. That isn't where's the cake, but...
It is for me.
Well, like everyone, I tried to get into baking when we were experiencing all the lockdowns.
Right.
I can't necessarily say it went too well. As in comes Higgins, bowling, just on the hip and pops up slightly off the bat of Van Buren, trickles into the onside for no run.
I mean, the bake-off is something that I am
you're a big
religious
baker.
about. Yeah, I need to watch
Who's
that.
your favourite judge?
Again, this defamation which happened earlier on in terms of I never watch any TV, any films, listen to any music at all.
I like
that
to
is
think you
not
get
right.
home from the cricket and you plug yourself in and click the off button and go to sleep stood up.
Crickbot, great.
Higgins bowls, foot outside the off stump, driven to a wide mid-off. Again, another dot ball. But who's your favourite judge on Bake Off?
Favourite judge?
Yeah, everyone's got a
they're all-
favourite judge.
well, they're all great.
Would you want to get the Hollywood handshake?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I think I'd probably just make everything really boozy and try and get Prue drunk. Excuse me. I think that's what most people seem to try and do. And you could do it with Mary as well, because she liked the alcohol in the bakes.
I mean, my grandma used to do that. She used to make the booziest fruitcake you'll ever know. And you used to have that when you were a kid and then pretend to act a bit doolally afterwards and stagger around the house, even though all of it had pretty much been burnt off. But goodness, you'd have one bite of them and it would
Wow.
whip you out for the day.
Christmas pudding at Christmas, was that absolutely drowning in brandy? I think we're actually going to have the change of ball, by the way, which is why we're talking about something that has absolutely nothing to do with cricket. And it looks as though the Middlesex fielders, or a couple of them, and Miles Hammond, who's now sprinting off towards the pavilion, has decided it's time for a bit of a break, 14 minutes to go
Well,
until tea.
When nature calls, Ed,
Yes.
you have to respond.
When you've got to go, you've got to go.
I mean, the ball, the box of balls, I need to make sure I get that right. I've had some mix-ups before. Has been brought
What,
out
between
for
a
the-
ball and a box?
It's been brought...
Name that sequel. When nature calls. Ed, come on. When nature
Kevin's
calls, Jim
Kevin's
Kelly.
trying to take over the commentary from the back of the box, but I don't think we're going to allow him to do that, are we?
You're allowing him because you're turning around to acknowledge it. I'm focused on the enticing scenes going on in front of us of the umpires picking up different identical balls and going, should we do this one or should we do this one?
Well, it's curious, isn't it? Because I thought they were supposed to be marked with the number of overs that the ball had been bowled with, or at least roughly so. And it looks as though we need some new balls, please. We don't like any of them.
I think they have picked one.
Oh, there we go. They
and
have got
Helm
rid of.
is contributing to that.
And he's almost tripped. He's look at that. Umpire Pratt has almost tried to trip up the Middlesex fielder there. He rolled it right towards his feet, and he almost tripped over it.
It's a practical joke.
Oh my gosh! Did you just do that? You did, didn't you? Oh no!
It's absolutely descending into chaos. Luckily, as you say, tea's almost round the corner. Miles
Right.
Hammond is back on the pitch.
So you don't have a kind of signature bake, then?
I love a banana bread. I know it's really basic, but you can make them exciting. Put a few walnuts in there, some chocolate. I think it's
I
always...
don't think you can make... I'm sorry, but I don't think you can make banana bread exciting.
That's the man who doesn't watch TV. You've got some
Your
strong
words,
opinions on
not
banana
mine.
bread. Okay, what's your... We've definitely had this conversation before on a Western Storm stream, but what's your favourite cake?
Well,
We're going to be torturing poor Kevin here.
I feel as
because
if
he's
I
desperate
give
for
different answers every time, depending on which one I've had more recently.
That's
but
okay, though.
I do tend to gravitate towards a sort of a carrot cake in terms of the classic.
I could have said
Classic
a second
cakes.
before you said that. I bet you go for a carrot cake.
Right.
I'm not sure what a reflection.
That
on
just about saw us
a
through the ball
vegetable
change.
cake. As bowling now is Higgins, and again playing that slightly uncomfortably was Van Buren. Bit of extra bounce from the surface. Keeper still up to the stumps. And Van Buren, we mentioned, has scored the brunt of the runs in this partnership. In this afternoon session, 216 for 4 Gloucestershire. Hammond on 68, Van Buren on 72. 2 balls left in this over. That's Higgins. In now, over the wicket, defending. The ball trickles to Gully.
But really, there aren't many cakes that I don't go for. But the problem is, it's ones like your classic banana bread without icing. And like, I need icing on whatever, even if it's, you know, just an excuse. Just if you stick icing on top of the banana bread, then, you know.
Have you heard of the famous cake in Bristol? As Higgins is in now on the back foot, defending. Just drops his hands on that one for the end of the over. Gloucestershire 216 for 4 after 60. It's called the Bruce. The Bruce
Where
cake.
is this
It's
served?
it's on Park Street
Okay.
in a particular chocolate-focused cafe. And it's named, obviously, after Bruce Bogtrotter and Matilda. And it is layers of chocolate cake, which it wouldn't normally be my first choice because it's quite rich. But if you're in the right mindset and you geared yourself up all day to have it,
I
and
need one of those
tackle
after today.
Oh,
Here
well,
comes
we can get you a Bruce.
Tom Helm, starting a new over. As Helm bowls and striking Hammond on the thigh pad hip sort of areas, look to flick it away. It's that one-handed flick round the corner which he's attempted, but doesn't manage to make much contact. I've not been to that. I've got a couple of really good bakery haunts in Bristol that I like to go to. We can compare notes. One of them at the bottom of the Christmas steps.
Yes, I know which one you're
you do.
talking
Yeah,
about.
it's only open something like 3 days a week, I think.
Which is how you know it's a good place. Because
Yes.
they have the luxury of choice to actually
Well,
go.
yeah.
We know there'll always be people
And also
here.
because they must do a lot of orders out rather than ordering in. But I had, you speak about vegetables in cake, I think it was a lemon and courgette cake.
Courgette cake
there.
is delightful.
Absolute, oh gosh. Amazing. I'd never had courgette in a cake before I went there, but magnificent. Round the wicket comes Helm. Oh, he's tried the Yorker. It's well bowled, and Hammond does what most batters do after just digging a ball out like that. Examines the bottom of his bat, and a new one of those, please.
And just like that, into
going to
the
allow
wood
us even
chipper.
more time to talk about cake.
I mean, they really are dragging things out before this tea break. But I will say quickly, my dad used to make a brilliant courgette cake, and I brought it in once to school. You know, you used to have to bring in cakes for your birthday and share them with your class. It was kind of a thing. Like, goodness knows why you're sharing cake when it's your special day. But my dad made me a courgette cake to bring into class and trick everyone there, who obviously just ate it up. Was like, oh, that was such a nice cake. And I was like, ha, I got you. You've all just eaten courgette. And everyone suddenly went, oh, that was disgusting. Why would you do that? I was like, well, you all said it was nice. That's a good dad prank.
I feel like that is a really
it.
classic dad
Yeah.
sort of thing to do
Ha,
there.
good prank. Eat some vegetables. Take that.
I'm not quite sure what other vegetables you could put in cake, to be honest, because it's opened up a whole
Avocado.
new... No, why would you waste an avocado on cake? Because avocado's so good, you can't
have-
do anything else with it other than just enjoy it for what it is. Just a little drizzle of
Pumpkin
lemon
pie,
over
of
it.
course.
Yeah, not really a fan of that. It's quite heavy, isn't it?
Can you make? It's not really a cake, but I guess it's like a frittata. They use up lots of vegetables.
It's quite a long way from a cake.
I'm getting quite hungry though. That's the issue here.
Right, Hammond's got a new bat. So let's see whether, the new ball and the new bat, we won't know which has caused it, which has been the bad omen if a wicket were to fall. It's going to be a long old evening session, this, as Helm bowls to Hammond, turned through the onside, behind square, and Hammond gets off strike with another single, 69 to him now, 217 for 4. Beetroot. You can put beetroot with chocolate, and I think that is supposed to go very nicely, like beetroot brownies, something like that.
Celeriac?
Celeriac, okay. Yeah, I can sort of see that as well. Just something that kind of gives a little bit more meatiness to it. No, really? Parsnip and what was that cake there?
Parsnip and maple syrup cake. This is very vintage TMS, isn't it?
It really doesn't sound like my, I was about to say my cup of tea. Here comes Helm in and bowls wide of off stump and angled by Van Buren. Backward of square through the offside it goes, and another single, 73 to Van Buren.
One of these things I think Hammond and Van Buren have done really well is that when you watch Hammond set up, when he's in an initial stance, you can see pretty much all of off stump and a bit of middle as well. But just the moment before the bowler bowls, he has that trigger. It means that he can really open up that region down towards fine leg. And whilst Van Buren has also accessed that region with those pull shots, he has to wait for that shorter pitch ball. So just off that normal stock delivery, Hammond's hitting fine leg whilst Van Buren's really hitting that point region hard.
Helm bowls short, pulled in the air by Hammond. He's taken on the boundary and he's going to succeed as it slams into the advertising boards, which are themselves a few yards beyond the boundary. And Hammond opens his shoulders for the first time, really, in terms of going for the big shot. And it sails over square leg. 6 runs to Hammond, his first, and it's 224 for 4.
So both these batters now capitalising off those shorter balls, which aren't seeming to have the desired effect so far from the Middlesex bowlers.
In comes Helm and bowls back of a length driven into the offside as Hammond rises up towards his toes and takes 225 for 4. The lead is 22 at the end of the over.
And just the result of this now is you look at towards the end of that over and it's a really spread field for Middlesex because, you know, they've had to push fielders back. Gloucestershire are just happy to keep milking those singles by hitting those sweepers. And actually, they're still able to find those boundaries, even with, as we say, fielders sat on the rope. They're taking them on with that shorter ball, and it's just really positive play here from this Gloucestershire partnership, which is now up to 112. Hammond is just getting a bit more strike, but it's still mainly Van Buren. And you'd say, I mean, very clearly, this session has been Gloucestershire's. Just that wicket of James Bracey to full court of third slip. Much earlier on, as Higgins is in around the wicket, left alone by Hammond, watches it through to the keeper for no run. It feels like it's got a little bit darker.
Yeah.
Just the threat of, I guess, earlier on today there was a bit of threat of rain in the evening session. I'm not sure if that forecast has changed.
Yeah, it looked as if it has moved a bit later, but I mean, they've always had kind of 10-20% chances. 10%, so you know, at some point one of the 10% is probably going to not be in your favour.
Higgins in, full, defended confidently by Hammond, throw back in towards the keeper.
But one thing that Kevin and I have been saying quite a bit, I think we said it quite a few times on day one, is that you kind of feel that if somebody can get in, get used to the pace, what this pitch is doing, because when we've seen hybrid pitches in one-day cricket, that's kind of been the case. If you can really get used to it, get yourself set and established, then there are runs to be had.
As Higgins is in, targeting in at the pads, worked to a wide mid-on, again for no run, 225 for 4, and Hammond examining his bat again.
But really until, sorry Melissa, I mean, really until now, we haven't seen anything of that. We've seen some batters get into the 30s and then manage to get out or get a snorter of a delivery.
Higgins bowls and just squared up, getting a thickish edge square of the wicket to a vacant point region. Sneak through for a single, 226 for 4.
But I don't think anybody really knows what these hybrids are going to do exactly over the course of a 4-day period. And especially here, where we're used to pitches getting slower and lower, will it still be that the hybrids will do that, just to a less pronounced extent? You always wonder, is it the pitch getting a bit easier? And that's to take nothing away from what Hammond and Van Buren have done in this partnership. I think they've gone about building it superbly, but you always do wonder, has it changed out there?
Over the wicket, defending Van Buren to extra cover. I mean, speaking of pitches and hybrid and everything, have you been following the story about the men's T20 World Cup and the pitches they're cultivating for the American venues?
Yes, I've
How
seen
they're being
that.
grown in Adelaide, then transported over to Florida to continue to grow them, and then they'll get them over to the various stadiums, particularly that New York pop-up one,
Yeah.
which apparently it will then take 12 hours to integrate it in with the grass there. As this time leaning backwards on that delivery and just guiding it to the hands of point. End of the 62nd over, 226 for 4 Gloucestershire. I mean, it's remarkable. I was discussing, like, how do you transport? I know it's not going to be like this, but I'm imagining like Marvel type massive aircraft shipping this pitch, which is swinging underneath it on lots of cables from Australia to America. I know that's not how they'll do it. They'll chop it up into lots of little pieces and put it. I'm sure they'll do that. No,
I don't know if they'll chop it up into little pieces.
They can't transport an entire full pitch, surely.
We could stick it in one of those massive container things, I guess.
Like the ones Tom Cruise jumps out of.
With another reference. Here comes Helm, bowling full, inviting the drive. Hammond accepts and sends it through the covers. And they're going to come back for a second run because the fielder didn't pick the ball up cleanly. Didn't think they were going to manage 2 runs there, but they were very quick to pounce on the slight mistake. 228 for 4, Hammond to 79. It is incredible how even just the drop-in pitches on those Aussie rules grounds in Australia, to see that, that sort of time-lapse thing of them being put in. Extraordinary feat. This is on leg stump. Hammond whips this one through square leg and picks up one more. Moves on to 80, 229 for 4.
So there is an article on the BBC Sport website about this. So they're using a clay-like soil, which is also used at baseball venues in the US, and it's been put together with a particular grass which is suited to warmer climates and resistant to rolling and heavy use. But the trays with the grass are transported in shipping containers on a boat from Adelaide to Florida in January. They have since grown in the warm climate, and because New York was enduring freezing temperatures at the time, prior to being taken by road to their eventual destination. How fun is that?
Extraordinary.
One of the drivers driving the pitch which will be used in the India-Pakistan game.
I guess actually, thinking about chopping them up, I suppose that is sort of what they do. And I remember there was a game in Geelong. As this is short, Van Buren gets on top of it and helps it away towards one of 2 fielders back on the boundary behind square on the leg side. And actually, as I peer around the window, there was a 3rd fielder at deep square as well, so very much telegraphing the short ball, but Van Buren, having clouted a ball over the field, having pushed them back, now just takes a single, 230 for 4. But in Geelong, they had these sections of the pitch, and I think it was this past Bash where there was a game that was called off there after only a few overs. Here comes Helm, bowls, and Hammond just about manages to keep this out. This will be the last over before tea, by the way.
I was doing that game for the BBC. I was covering it. So I went up to London for the weekend. The first game on the Saturday was called off because of rain. And the game on the Sunday, as you say, I think they played 6.5 overs. And Will Sutherland was bowling for the Melbourne Renegades. And a couple just popped up off such a length, luckily outside the off stump, but I think it was Quinton de Kock at the time was behind the stumps going, this is not okay.
Helm bowling and Hammond driving out into the covers. They'll just jog the single this time, not looking to take any real chances with a second run that they managed earlier on in the over from the misfield. 231 for 4. Hammond has 81, but I got the impression that, and I think even for the T20 World Cup that they'd had there the previous winter, got the impression it was those sections that they drop in bit by bit, and it was like the joins of them just hadn't worked properly, and so if it just hits the wrong part of the join, it was doing all sorts. Last ball before tea, Helm bowls, short ball, Van Buren ducks out of the way of it, well, sways really, he doesn't have to do the full-on ducking motion, and that ends a very good session for Gloucestershire. They've only lost the one wicket, that of James Bracey, caught by Higgins off the bowling of Helm. A really nice piece of bowling from Tom Helm on off stump. Bracey nicking off to third slip. He made 16, but since then these two, Miles Hammond and captain Graham Van Buren, have put on 118 for the 5th wicket and are starting to have Middlesex searching a little bit for answers, you feel?
Yeah, and I think at the start of this afternoon session, there still looked like that possibility that, you know, with the ball suddenly moving, that Middlesex could sneak through and still break up this partnership. But I think Van Buren in particular has just been so effective at completely blunting the Middlesex attack. And you can see how many changes they were forced to make by switching up the ends the seamers were operating at and bringing into carries. And, you know, this partnership has completely been able to nullify the impact of what is a really good bowling lineup. And I think Gloucestershire will be reflecting on this session going, we have a great platform here to just bat as much as we can, particularly with the forecast tomorrow. I think they might just have that in mind. Can they get a lot of runs here today and potentially look at getting a healthy enough lead that they can really put Middlesex on the back foot?
Well, one of the things they've managed to do now is Helm has bowled 20 overs. And I know not all of those were today by any means, but they've got Helm into what, is it a third spell, I think, already into that session. Ethan Bamber's bowled 17 and Higgins 14, but kind of feel that those two, that's not really so much of an issue. But in terms of Helm, who's looked the most consistently threatening at the Middlesex bowlers, 20 overs already in his legs, and it's a long evening session, assuming that we get it in. 42 overs remain, but the worry, I think, in terms of cricket stopping is less rain and more light. It was not amazingly dark, to be honest, when we went off yesterday, and even now already start to feel that the light level might not be a million miles off what it was yesterday evening. But from the point of view of seeing more cricket, let's hope that the clouds clear a little and we get another clear patch a little bit later on. So the match position with Gloucestershire 231 for 4 in reply to Middlesex's 203, a lead of 28. Hammond and Van Buren going nicely, but Middlesex will hope that they can regroup after the tea break and start to make some inroads. Myself, Ed Seaborn, Melissa Story and Kevin Hand will be back with you in around about 20 minutes time. Welcome back for the evening session. 42 overs are due to be bowled in this final session of day 2 between Middlesex and Gloucestershire here at Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol. Miles Hammond and Graham Van Buren are back out in the middle, and it is going to be Ethan Bamber to bowl the first over after tea. Round the wicket to the left-handed Hammond on 81. And he's edging, and he's caught at second slip. First ball after tea. Hammond out for 81, and Gloucestershire 231 for 5. We wonder whether the break might just do the same thing that the break seemed to for Gloucestershire at lunch yesterday when they came out and took some early wickets. Well, that's exactly what's happened here. Hammond is, you can't believe what he's done. He's throwing his bat around as he's trying to spin it from hand to hand. And he walks off lugubriously, having edged the first ball after tea. 81 he's made. It was a terrific partnership between him and Van Buren, but it stops right there.
If ever a wicket was needed for Middlesex, goodness me. I mean, you looked up at it at tea, 81 and 74 on the board, Hammond and Van Buren. That was desperately needed. Really good stuff from Bamber, 2 for 70 from 17 now. So, 82 for 3 this morning. You're kind of looking at, right, okay, 160 for 6. Well, they're a long way behind that, Middlesex. Here comes Charlesworth.
Here comes Charlesworth, but not the only one making their way to the middle. There's a runner, which is not good signs for Gloucestershire. The ankle that Charlesworth rolled yesterday, we wondered exactly how bad that might have been being assessed, but clearly it is bad enough that Charlesworth is batting with a runner. Ollie Price is the runner, so we're going to see something that we don't see very often nowadays, with runners not being allowed in international cricket anymore, and it's pretty rare to see one here. And what Charlesworth has got to remember, as every Hampshire and Somerset fan will tell you from that T20 final, was it back in 2010, is that you can't run if you're the batter that has the runner. So Charlesworth has got to stay put, but this is not good from Gloucestershire's point of view. It'd be interesting to see how Charlesworth plays this, whether he's just going to look to go on the attack. Here's Bamber running in round the wicket, bowling to Charlesworth, and certainly not attacking first ball. Just leans forward and defends out into the offside.
And Ishan Kaushal has instantly appeared, one of Middlesex's subfielders, bringing out the helmets and the pads. So whether that's for a short leg, Josh DeCaries is warming up down below us, so whether he's bowling with a short leg or whether Charlesworth will be bumped with a short leg in place, we shall see.
Might be uncomfortable trying to play the short ball on a bad ankle. He is tucking this one towards mid-wicket, and that's the problem. Charlesworth has taken a couple of steps down the pitch there, and you've just got to tell yourself, I don't move. Played to mid-wicket for no run. Ed Seaborn and Kevin Hand, I should have said, with you on the BBC Sport website and app via BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and London. Melissa Story will be back in about half an hour's time. Still fairly gloomy, but it has got just a touch brighter. There was one moment right before the players went out when I thought the sun might be about to burst through, but that hasn't happened. But it is still at least a little better in terms of light than it was a bit earlier on. Some sawdust down now. A reminder, we had an awful lot of rain overnight here. It was belting it down in the middle of the night. Bamber bowls Charlesworth, lets that one go outside the off stump, well judged. And understandably taking quite a lot of time to mop all that water up. Some lakes coming off the covers as they were taking them off, and it's amazing how they can just roll that blotter a couple of times over it and it's all mopped up.
We need one of those up here sometimes, don't we?
Well, yes.
Tea, coffee everywhere.
Hence the massive roll of paper. As Bamber is in and Charlesworth in behind that one, playing to mid-on. I do like how they've kept it as well, because that was day one, about an hour in when I spilt my water, and they've clearly marked my card out as Mr. Clumsy, so they've kept it. Very useful. Could have done with it at Cheltenham, to be honest, because we were in an outdoor position there. Was a little vulnerable to the rain. Here's Bamber bowls, and another good leave in the end from Charlesworth as it comes back in towards him. So no signs as yet that Charlesworth is thinking, well, I've got a dodgy ankle, so I might as well go out and play some shots and swing the bat, especially considering that Gloucestershire are already in the lead here. 28 runs, not exactly riches, but could be handy. But it seems as though Charlesworth is happy enough. I mean, he doesn't look as if he's limping massively as he's taking up his position off at square leg. But this is the thing, it always, from the umpire's point of view, we were told on our level 1 umpiring course that I did quite a few years back now.
Bob did that as well.
When it comes to runners, the first rule is you get them out as soon as possible. Unwritten rule. So if there's an opportunity to give him out, run out, off you go. We're not having any of this. It just makes things much more complicated.
I said I was turning into DT. You're turning into Bob. There's no two ways about it. It's the kind of thing Bob would say.
Just
get him out.
Wipe the donut off my face from tea. Very kindly provided.
Yes, thank you to our unnamed listener or viewer, whichever it was. Kindly donated the donuts. It's his to carries after tea with a bit of spin. 231 for 5. He's got a slip in place, and Max Holden has donned the shin pads. But he's not going to be in at short leg straight away. He's going to be a short mid wicket to begin with the right-handed Van Buren on strike. A lot of flight on that. Nicely bowled by De Carey's. It's tickled for a single just fine of Holden. And Charlesworth comes on strike, which you would assume will bring Holden in under the lid.
Yes, slightly curious always to see somebody with those shin pads fielding all the way out there. And actually, sometimes you even see them keep the helmet on. Which I always think would make a good photograph. In fact, I think it was the Yorkshire game here, the last one, where we had somebody under the helmet fielding at deep mid-wicket. Which, you know, caution.
Really?
Yeah. Just couldn't be bothered to take it off.
Impair your vision, wouldn't it, when you're one went up in the sky? You've got the visor in the way, and anyway. Here's De Carey's slip and a short leg. He's around the wicket, bowls, and just short of a length. This is tickled fine of the short leg fielder. Charlesworth thought about setting off, but the runner did the work for him in the end.
That totally did me. This is the problem. I genuinely thought there was a fielder at square leg there. It wasn't. It was Ollie Price, who unobligingly didn't stop the ball for Middlesex.
Here's De Carey's. Bowls. Oh, now it was played as though it was short by Van Buren. I don't think it was that short. It was given an awful lot of air, and it takes off stump out of the ground as Van Buren looks to pull, and he's bowled. Did he get a little bottom edge on it? Let's have a look. Maybe.
Yeah, I think
maybe.
A little one.
I don't think it was as short as he thought. I mean, a lot of air on it to be playing a flat-batted shot like that. And up, I mean, it was upright. It wasn't a sweep. He wasn't down on one leg. He stood upright, so it exposed his stumps, and then a big drag attempted into the onside, but all he did was drag it with the bottom edge onto the stumps. They've lost their two set batters at tea as Van Buren makes his way back from 75 from 103 deliveries, 233 for 6 Gloucestershire.
I think they'd be particularly cross about that dismissal, but I wonder if again it just underlines the fact of starting on this surface, and if you're just broken in terms of that concentration and that feeling out in the middle, I don't know. I'm not saying this is necessarily what has happened, but especially if you're Gloucestershire and you sort of walk back out home ground thinking of the usual conditions and the sort of time that you might have and the shots that you might play, unless you've actually really reset and gone, oh, hang on, this is the hybrids, it's not the same as usual, then maybe that's what causes that. But that is a real blow from Gloucestershire's point of view, because Van Buren was looking in terrific touch. I mean, he's pretty much, I mean, Hammond, I guess, I don't know, maybe not, but I was going to say Van Buren's probably almost looked better than Hammond in the time that he was out in the middle. just in terms of not playing false shots and looking really in control out there, playing attacking shots. But then to get out like that, that is going to be upsetting. And Zaman Akhtar comes out to the middle, a man who has certainly scored some very useful runs. In fact, he scored 66 runs down at Hove and wasn't out in either innings. De Carey's bowls to Akhtar, who is managing to glance this one down towards deep third, and the ball's almost gone to the boundary, but the single is all that is added. 234 for 6.
That wasn't me. Whatever just dropped, that wasn't me.
It's my laptop charger.
I never touched it. Honest,
but
officer.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
Plug it in.
I'll actually plug it in, and then it can't slip again. That's a good delivery from De Carey's, and Charlesworth has gone back, trying to turn it to the onside, and it's managed to creep through everything.
We should tell listeners what also happened is that I thought it was the end of the over and put a piece of donut in my mouth, and then realised De Carey's was walking into bowl again.
You've owned up. De Carey's bowls Charlesworth for defending no run. 234 for 6.
Very nice piece of donut it was, though, so worth the...
Which one did you select?
The icing glazed one on that occasion.
So there was more than one with icing on.
Well, there's chocolate icing. Well, there's just icing,
I see,
isn't there?
right,
And then there's
just the sort of
icing.
general...
And then there's chocolate icing with...
Fondant icing.
What's that bit? Chocolate icing with kind of like little raspberry pieces or something. Then there's they're not hundreds and thousands, what do you call them? They're hundreds
of thousands are the sort of more elongated ones, aren't they?
Yep. It's an unelongated 100,000. They're billions and trillions, those ones, because they're smaller. And what looks like a jam donut, which none of us have dared go near yet. That might have to be breakfast for you tomorrow, Ed.
Well, it's more meaty, isn't it? But I don't know.
A meaty jam donut.
Well, it looked a bit more meaty than the others. Oh, it didn't have the hole in the middle, did it? Or maybe
no.
I'm just
And if you cut into
misremembering
you couldn't cut into that one for it to go into 4, otherwise it would be a right mess, wouldn't it?
Yes, especially because they don't always have the jam in the centre of them.
Oh.
Here's Bamber bowling. Down the pitch comes Akhtar and just blocks it in the end. Bamber fields.
It'd be like a game of jam donut roulette, wouldn't it? You could slice it into 6.
Somebody
and
could get
which one's got the jam.
Somebody could get all the jam if it's not been filled
Jam
correctly.
Donut roulette.
You've got to really stick the nozzle in a long way, and then you squeeze, and it it needs to be in the centre, doesn't it? Here is Bamber bowling. Akhtar on strike, 3 slips in a gully, standing tall. Zaman Akhtar and plays it down into the ground, into the covers, and there's no run.
Are you both Generation X, you and Melissa?
Generation X?
What are you?
Melissa's Generation Z.
Oh.
Or Z, yes, we're
Z.
supposed to call it. I'm not calling it that. It's Generation Z. No, I'm Millennial. Generation X is the one before Millennial.
Is it really?
Yeah, I think so. Is that right? I thought that was right. Everyone scrambles for technology.
Oh, here we go.
Here comes Bamber bowling. And a short ball, but it's a long way outside the off stump, and Akhtar's had nothing to do with that at all.
I'm Generation X.
Yeah, I thought
65 to 1980. Yeah, I was on the millennial side of
So
that.
so what's after Generation
Boomers 2? Boomers 2 came before that, aka Generation Jones.
Millennial starts that early, does it? 1981.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
No.
So I suppose that's because they were 20 in the millennia, or 19.
Yeah, sort of formative years around the millennium, I think is the idea, isn't it? Bamber bowls flashing outside the off stump, Akhtar, and missing. He does a drive, does Zaman Akhtar.
What comes after Generation Z then?
Well, I'm not sure. Have we got there yet? Generation Z, boring.
Sounds like a rapper. Yeah. Gen Z.
We got 3 Zs in a row.
Generation Alpha. Oh, well, you see, it's reset. So it's gone back to...
No. I mean, we had things
Alpha,
like the
Beta.
Lost Generation, the Silent Generation. They've got to come up with something a bit better than...
There's a few listeners that wished we were from the Silent Generation.
Bamber in, and Actor forward and rolling this back up the surface. And Bamber, he's far too nice, especially with a fast bowler.
He's a
at the other end
generation's head, isn't he?
To chuck the ball at the striker. Bamber.
Yeah, 'cause he's nice.
Yeah,
They're nice, aren't they? Generation Z.
Yeah, but they don't know how to communicate, do they? No communication skills. They don't know how to talk to people in person.
Ah.
They just deal in gestures.
I don't think that's a problem that Melissa has. There's a Bond villain laugh from you there.
It was a knowing laugh. Change of field. We've got a deep square going out. And where's Holden going? Leg gully, I'm going to call that. A bit wide for a leg. So in fact, it's even more wider now. I mean, wide leg gully. Last ball of this over. Bamber to Acto, defends into the onside, and wants a single, and Ollie Price has got to remember he's the one supposed to be running. And they get through, so they were quite happy really for Actor to keep the strike. He's got 2. It's 2.35 for 6. Lead is 32. And really, you're just looking for, if you're Gloucestershire, yes, you'd have really hoped that both Hammond and Van Buren could have kicked on after tea. But now I guess you're thinking, well, another couple of useful 20s even from the lower order. And actually, we could still have
batting
this
points.
lead. And of
Two
course, yeah,
batting
batting points as well. Up for grabs, 15 runs away from the first of those.
I like a day at the cricket. I learn things. I now know what Generation Z and Millennial is. Never actually knew. I never really bothered to look it up. Kind of heard these phrases. Here's De Carey's, his right arm over, slip, and a short leg and a reverse sweep from Actor, which thumps off the pad. He was outside the off stump and it falls away. Back got a square on the offside. There's no run. What else have I learnt today?
I don't know.
I've learnt that you haven't seen the Muppet Christmas Carol.
Yes.
Here goes to Carey's bowls, and this is turned towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Melissa's pointed to your muffler. What's that?
You can use that as a sort of almost comic relief style prop.
Ed likes to wear it on his nose. Here's a bit of flight, and forward goes the right-handed Actor, pushing away into the offside point. There's no run. What? It's suddenly been dropped by Melissa with the horror. What have you?
Well, I think we're just thinking about some other
stop
uses,
it. Move on.
Potentially.
Here goes to Carey's bowls. Reverse sweep again from Actor, which he gets away for 4 through points. Highly debated nowadays. Well, it's not too highly debated. Some will tell you madness. Others will tell you, well, no, it's quite a sensible shot.
In fact, some people will tell you it's supposed to be one of the safest shots to play. Some people even go that far. Statistically, the safest.
Smother it away into the offside.
Actor has played it quite a bit, and that's almost like a reverse slap as much as anything. And I've mentioned this several times before, but he was quite a prolific hockey player when he was at university, and I think he was sort of, UK age group hockey, that kind of thing. You can see it in that sort of shot.
Oh, that goes straight through.
How did that not bowl him?
Just beats on the back foot. Actor probably should have been forward to it. Suggest that's probably just past outsides off. So should have been forward. Let's see. Yeah, only just misses the off stump.
Gosh, I was expecting to see red bales exploding in the air there.
Bit of flight again. A little bit of drift as well for De Carey's forward defence on this occasion.
I think the spinner will always feel as though they're in the game as well, actually, on this sort of a surface. Can you imagine facing somebody like Nathan Lyon on one of these, with the bounce that he would get? As much as turn, and this is one of the things that talk about a lot with regards to Essex and the pitches that they prepare at Chelmsford, and why almost no bowler ever seems to go in and out-bowl Simon Harmer, because very few can get the bounce that Harmer does. And so, actually, I guess in some ways you focus on the seamers and the pace that the ball goes through with this sort of a surface, but it really could help the spinners as well. 2.39 for 6 as Bamber runs in round the wicket to Charlesworth, who knocks that one towards mid-on, and there's no run. He hasn't shown too many signs of major discomfort here. I mean, he's not sort of hopping away after he's played the delivery or something like that. I must admit, I can't remember exactly which foot it was he slipped on. I'm trying to kind of visualise when it happened, whether it's his front or his back foot that is the one. Ollie Price standing at square leg as the runner, as Bamber bowls and Charlesworth drives. Decent looking shot, but they've got a fielder quite straight at extra cover and pretty close in as well. Fields on a couple of bounces and there's no run. You certainly beware the injured batter. Recent reminder being that outrageous innings that Glenn Maxwell played in the recent Cricket World Cup against Afghanistan. That was extraordinary. Bamber in, bowls, Charlesworth drives again to short extra cover, and it's knocked down for no run. Yeah, I mean, it was at Mumbai, I think, wasn't it? That innings, and it's normally a pretty good place to bat, but Australia were in some serious trouble in that game before Maxwell got them out of it, and they hadn't got off to a great start in the World Cup, full stop, and I think if they'd lost that one, then they weren't quite completely out, but it wasn't looking great. To the crease now is Bamber, and studied forward defence from Charlesworth back to the bowler. Yeah, just bringing up that again. It's you can't reduce an innings like that almost to a statistic on a piece of paper, but when you look at it again, I mean, I'd forgotten just how much of a solo effort it was. 201 out of 293, 21 fours, 10 sixes, and Cummins at the other end just blocking 12 off 68 balls, knowing that Maxwell was going to get them to the target. The only important thing was that Cummins was still there. So that's left by Charlesworth. A few howls out there in the middle, but it wasn't particularly close to off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. Certainly have to be up there among one of the great solo efforts, certainly in one-day cricket. What's the umpire doing here? Is he just having a word with Bamber about feet or something? He was looking at him as he was going back to his mark a bit, but nothing more seems to have come from that. Bamber bowls and Charlesworth stands tall in defence, so 1 from 14 deliveries. It doesn't look as though Charlesworth is going to do anything especially different from what he would normally do, give himself some time to play himself in. He is a strong hitter of the ball when he does decide to go after it as Charlesworth, but as yet he's not done so. 239 for 6, so the lead 36. There's a new ball available in 12 overs time as well, so Middlesex might look on that as a good opportunity potentially to finish off the innings if they've not done so already.
Yeah, they've just about got a chance to keep this in sight at the moment, haven't they, Middlesex? Yeah. As you say, with that second new ball, I mean, anything that starts getting up over 60, 70 is an advantage. Carries is in, beginning the new over. Lovely bit of flight. Feels like he's really giving an awful lot of air at the moment, which is good to see. And it brought the wicket as well, indeed. He goes to Carey's, slip and a short leg. Lovely bit of flight again, a solid defence from Actor. Push back to the bowler, 239 for 6. Charlesworth has 1, Actor has 6. 2017 match, he batted very well in it, Charlesworth. As I seem to remember, I'll look up the exact score that he got. As Carey's is in. Oh, that's wristily worked by Actor to mid-wicket. Batted a 45-degree angle as he works it away into the onside, playing with the spin. De Carey's a step, a skip, a hop. He's in, bowls, and on the back foot on one leg. Actor gets behind that one and pushes it back up the track, and there's no run.
77
Are you stealing my thunder?
It was
77 not out.
Well, I thought it was going to help you, but obviously I've not. I've stolen something by looking up the score that you wanted looked up.
Is Charlesworth on the back? Actor on the back foot works it into the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, that was just his third first-class game.
Yeah, I was going to say that. But I'm wondering, was it his championship debut as well? Well, we'll see.
Yeah, game 3.
Game 3 was his championship
yeah,
debut.
yeah.
I thought as much. As here's De Carey's with slipping a short leg, and this ball's dabbed into the offside. Think about a single, they don't get it. I am going to say that he was 17 at the time.
Sounds about
23
right.
now, and it was 6
years
stroke
ago,
7
so.
years ago. Yeah, there we go. Or he may have even been 16, would he? He's going to be 24 in November.
No, it would have been 6 within the 6. So yeah, it would have been 17, I think.
No, 2017, he'd have been 16.
But it was 2018. I didn't correct you on that before.
Yeah, there we
it
go.
was 2018.
Thank you. Yes, it was 2018. Well done.
I thought I was going to get away with not having to correct you, but
I don't mind being corrected.
So 2018, and he'd made his debut against Warwickshire in a pretty crushing defeat at Edgbaston a couple of games back. And then I remember I called his first-class wicket here on one of my earlier appearances on the radio. Bamber bowls, beats Charlesworth. That's a gorgeous piece of bowling. Right line, right length, and it still proves that even with a ball which is now in its 70th over, there's still enough there for the seamers.
You'd have been even younger than Charlesworth at that point.
I wasn't very old. But, yeah, it was one of the first times covering cricket, and I think Bob Hunt had a Forest Green match which required his urgent attention that particular day. Bamber is in, leaning forward to defend Charlesworth. There wasn't a great deal of cricket left.
Sounded like a fungal infection. Bob Hunt had a Forest Green. He was off at the doctor's.
He, I think, realised there wasn't a great deal of cricket here. I don't think it even lasted till lunch. Gloucestershire were wrapping up a victory over Leicestershire. And Charlesworth took the final wicket of the match. Ooh. But I'd not seen him bowl before. I think it was either his first or second delivery of the over, and I thought Craig Miles was bowling. Not great. Bamber is in, is tapped off the back foot into the offside, fielded at cover. They did ask me back though, amazingly, so that was good. But yes, I will forever remember having incorrectly called Charlesworth's debut wicket. As long as he's out there, it's like a sort of a reminder of my inadequacy, seeing Ben Charlesworth out there in the middle. I did rather better with his first T20 50 and then his record-breaking T20 50 last year at Chelmsford. As Bamber loses his run, and we'll have to go back and do it again. He throws it off to mid-off. Might as well give the ball a bit of a shine whilst that's going on.
Was it like the ghost of Canterville for you? The ghost of Charlesworth haunts you still. Where's Canterville? Is it this part of the
real
world?
place?
Oh, is it not? I'll be disappointed if not. Oscar Wilde's humorous short story.
Round the wicket is Bamber, and this is turned to mid-on by Charlesworth. There's no run, and I thought it was a no ball for a moment, but it's umpire Shanmugam trying to attract the attention of Neil Pratt to say there's 2 deliveries remaining in the over. It's made up, isn't it?
Well, so the Canterville Ghost. Canterville wasn't a place; it was a fictional manor, Canterville Chase, belonging to the Canterville family.
Round the wicket, Bamber. Charlesworth drives straighter this time, but still for no run with mid-off set pretty deep.
For the 1996 film, which you won't have seen, Ed, the location was Nebworth House.
Oh, Nebworth, okay, yeah. I haven't been there, but I mean...
You're aware of
where
it.
that is, yeah, okay.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that's where Oscar Wilde was setting it, but that was the location they used for Canterville Chase.
It sounded like something that was made up. As Bamber is in, tucked off the hit by Charlesworth to mid-wicket, and again there's no run, and the end of another over maiden from Bamber. So Charlesworth's now been out there for 20 deliveries and still just scored the 1 run. I mean, there's not very many places actually in this country where Ville is the ending.
What?
There's not very many places in the UK where Ville, V-I-L-L-E, is the place name ending.
Yeah, indeed.
It's more of an American thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but then the Americans got it from someone. So who
I'm
is it then?
Yeah, but I'm just saying
it wasn't from us.
I think
it's from the French, the Spanish.
V is village in French.
Here's De Carey's with a slip and a
Or city, even.
Slip and a short leg.
Or
even
town.
Terrible French. I was trying to work that out. Here's a reverse from Actor again. Not that I needed to check who was on strike playing that shot. They have a single.
I think it can be any settlement, really, to be honest. But yeah.
Canterville Chase is 7 miles from Ascot.
Okay.
There we go. So
you were thinking film rather than Oscar Wilde?
No, but I was just looking to see where that action. Well, I just saw that it was filmed at Nebworth, which was interesting, I thought. Here's De Carey's bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside. 240 for 6. That was the 1996 one, though. The very famous one was from the 30s. I wonder where that one was set. 1944 it was, the Canterville Coast. 1944.
That's an odd time to be producing a
Well, indeed.
film.
But I guess they had to keep things ticking, keep people busy. Here's a drive down to mid-off by Charlesworth, and there's no run. Now that was an American production.
Not surprised.
In 1944.
Yeah,
There we go.
that sounds like
With
it.
Charles
Right.
Lawton. There we go.
Oh, wow.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Lots of flight on this. It's punched away to point by Charlesworth. He picks up no run. All of this just purely from Charlesworth. And what was it? You being haunted by...
Yes.
Haunted by Charlesworth.
Spectres from the past.
De Carey's moves in, short leg crouches down, slips already there, and De Carey's bowls. It's turned just fine of Holden, and it's a single to deep backward square, 241 for 6.
Ooh, the Western Storm look as though they're going to win. Reduced Thunder to 177 for 8. A couple of Western Storm games coming up, not too long after the conclusion of this, including next Saturday here at Bristol.
De Carey's, nice bit of flight again, really bowling a beautiful pace at the moment, it feels, De Carey's. Lovely bit of flight and enjoyable to watch at the moment. 241 for 6. Charlesworth has 2 and Akhtar has 7.
It's nice to see a young spinner with the confidence to throw it up like that, because especially with, I suppose we shouldn't talk about throwing up with your coffee.
Well, indeed, I've survived though,
you
haven't
seem
I?
to be feeling all right. Yes, enough to eat a donut,
Guts
which
of,
would potentially
steel.
compound the issue. So
Guts of steel, clearly.
yes, but anyway, it is good to see, especially with a lot of one-day stuff requiring low, flat trajectories that you can't really get underneath. But yeah, we've got a game at Taunton in terms of Storm on Wednesday, South East Stars, and then the Southern Vipers visit here on Saturday. As Bamber bowls let go by Charlesworth coming in from round the wicket. We'll get Melissa Story back on air at the end of this over. But 3 wickets for Gloucestershire product Chloe Skelton, 3 for 31. And in fact 9 down now are the Thunder, 177 for 9, needing 76 more from just under 10 overs. So from 10 and 11, be a good game to win, I think, is what they say in that sort of situation. 2 slips in a gully. Bamber is in, and Charlesworth leans forward, defends. Easy win for the Sunrisers. Bowled the Blaze out for 87. So the Blaze were bowled out for 87 there.
It would be quite the story if Sunrisers went out with an absolute, in a blaze of glory.
It would be great
in the final year.
I'd love to see that.
Do you know, it had really become, regional cricket had become so strong and so brilliant just before the 100, and now obviously it's back to a change of system, which is such a shame because it really was working well. Really enjoyable to watch.
Bamber bowls and Charlesworth drives on a couple of bounces to short extra. Bamber loses his towel as he's bowled that one. He's got a blue towel which he's using to dry the ball. Yeah, I mean, I think for those counties who've got teams, of course it's absolutely, for tier 1 teams that is, it's absolutely fantastic. It's the greatest thing. We're going to get to watch our county, men and women, 2 teams, 1 club, I think is what people tend to say, and it's fantastic. What's not great is that after the one-day international this year, women's ODI at Bristol, it's a short pull, climbed into that one to Charlesworth and crunches it away through mid-wicket for 4 runs, 245 for 6. Charlesworth's first boundary. But what's not great is after that game, I believe there's another women's ODI here in 2025, and then there's a 2-year gap where there's no ODI cricket at Bristol even. As it stands, it may be that Bristol has chosen to host the 2026 Women's T20 World Cup, but if not, then no women's professional cricket here for, what, a 3-year span then. Bamber bowls. Ooh, he squared Charlesworth up a bit there, the bat coming down at angle, but he has got bat on it, and out into the covers it goes for no run. So, you know, again, it's not exactly fantastic, and speak about it so often, it just feels at times that Bristol is a city that's not treated as somewhere that's kind of important to devote any sort of attention to centrally. As the last ball of the over is bowled, and standing tall in defence is Charlesworth. Plays it to mid-off, and before I get too grumpy, I'll hand you over to Kevin Hand, and Melissa Story will be next.
You're getting grumpy. You're having a sugar low. Back into the donuts. What's the conflab at the far end? Another little delay. The 3 batters, the 2 not out and the runner, all meet for their own conflab, but deploy Davies, Eskenazi, Holden and an umpire at that end. They've all met for... and the umpire walks off making a fair old point about something. 245 for 6. You ever once get on the wrong side of an umpire, Melissa?
Only once.
Ooh.
Because usually, and all the time, I have the utmost respect for the umpires.
Carries is in, bowls, and this is swept into the short leg, but seems to have done no damage, hit something hard.
Yeah, it was good evasive action there from short leg, just to almost go head first in that breach position. Not sure if it bounced actually off his helmet.
Carries lots of flights, dugouts by Actor. Fielded at extra cover. You're right, you're jumpy there. Well, are you thinking back to the umpire that you upset?
I didn't. It wasn't so much of a clash. I think we just had a bit of a disagreement when I had to be a captain of my old club side.
Carries bowls. This is tickled to mid-wicket and there's no run. Yeah, go on.
Well, one of my players had been given out leg before wicket, and she didn't think she was. And she's one of those players who every time they got struck on the pads, they would kind of be like, well, this can't be out.
Oh dear. Carries bowls down the track. Comes Actor and very nearly pushed it back to the bowler. It dropped short of Carries and it's a dot ball.
But I was quite familiar with her behaviour, so, you know, he had a word with me about her behaviour.
Carries a lot of flight, and this is stroked into the offside, fielded at cover, no run.
And basically, he took the time when we had a drinks break and I was just coming into bat to tell me about her behaviour, and kind of got quite close to my face and a little bit intimidating, and I wasn't too happy and a bit shaken up.
Goodness me.
So I made a complaint at the end of the game.
Well done.
Thank you. I even got the rule book out, you know what?
Carries bowls. Here's the reverse again from Actor and a single out deep point. 246 for 6. Actor's onto 8.
This is how you know there's the lawyer in me, that another one of our players got given out on a ball which we all thought was a full toss, like no ball full toss, and we were just kind of speaking at the end of the game, because again he was like, there was a bit of dissent from your players. He went and recited the rule to me, the law to me. He actually called it a rule, and in my quite unfortunate petty mood I was in it by this point, I went and got the law book out of the cupboard and pointed out that he'd recited the law wrong.
Ooh.
And then, yeah, wasn't my finest moment.
And then what? Go on, don't leave us on.
Well, I didn't get a ban or anything, I don't think so.
Yeah.
But we just got, you know, it was just one of those games. But usually, me and the umpires, really close. I love chatting to them at the start of the game. Like finding out about how they're doing, how their winter went,
Well
how the
done,
grandchildren are doing.
You were taught well then.
Exactly.
Butter up the umps.
Please and thank you at every opportunity.
Always be nice to the umps.
'Cause the umpire's the most important part of the game.
Yeah. If there's a 50-50, you don't want to have been not nice to the umps.
Exactly. Change of bowling.
Oh, there's quite the gathering on the balcony over there.
I was thinking that.
2 balconies full of people,
Henry Brooks.
all with their clothes on as well this time.
You're obsessed with this.
I've only just found out about it. I'm the last person on the circuit to know. It's extraordinary.
Especially as that flat is available to rent. Don't get any ideas.
Ah.
As Brooks is bowling, shout for the leg before. Enthusiasm from the fielders behind the keeper. But again, Brooks one of those bowlers where it's very easy to tell if he's convinced, because he'll either go full throttle or just won't give any sign at all, really. At least that's what he's done this innings. And he wasn't interested. Actor survives. 246 for 6. Well, I was speaking to Ed Seaborn before the game, and one of those flats is currently just been marketed, available to rent, and I'm tempted. As Brooks bowls, and on the back foot, pushing back to Brooks in his follow through.
What are we discussing here?
Well, I just really want to move in, so I don't know if anyone's listening. I'm not quite in a position to move in yet, but if there's any which are going to be available in a couple months.
Oh, not the Airbnb one.
Not the Airbnb one. I know what's taken place in that place. I don't want to be involved with that.
It's a deep clean. One would hope.
Brooks bowls on the hip, tucked away nicely. Actor will get a single. Up towards deep square leg. Score to 247 for 6. But as you say, there's a few people braving the slightly chillier conditions today to sit out on the balcony. There's a gathering of 4 people on one of them.
I think there's even 5 there. It's a tight squeeze, isn't it? I think there's one behind the one in the orange.
Maybe. It's a good. I mean, it would be a great day if you're hosting a few friends coming round. Not exactly barbecue weather. As a Yorker on the wide line there from Brooks, and Jamie is back down, and it was Charlesworth with not quite the intention to score, but with no intention to leave either. But
They've what?
It's free after tea, of course. Here.
Free after tea. They can come down from the balcony.
Yes, it's why.
Yeah, but then they're up there going, look at the riffraff down there.
Brooks around the wicket, and an edge goes through the legs of Gully. They turn the single down. It's the kind of misfield which you think would always cause a bit of confusion with the runner out there. 247 for 6. 1 ball left in this over.
Why would they want to descend from their lofty perch? They'll feel important up there.
You're looking down on everyone and going, well...
Pay good money for this bad view.
You're paying a certain amount for a pint down there whilst I've got stuff in the fridge.
Well, there you go. Exactly, yeah.
It's a bit cold, as I say, for that as well. Defending calmly, Charlesworth into the covers. No run. And at the end of the 74th over, Gloucestershire 247 for 6. Well, actually, during the break, I went down to speak to our friends down in front of us dressed up as the Bears, because I thought it would be good
You went down dressed up as the Bears to speak to the people in front of us?
Well, I had to get camouflage. They wouldn't attack me. I had to don my own bear suit and then slowly approach. But I found out not actually necessarily why they're here. I don't know if it's a stag or something like that. But actually,
so what did you garner?
They're all dressed as Teddy from Mr. Bean, and one of them is Mr. Bean. He was just wearing a really big coat, so you couldn't tell.
Oh.
He also told me that he spent most of the morning and afternoon slightly unwell.
Did he have the milk as well?
The lumpy milk.
Did you see the Mr. Bean impersonator at the Pakistan games?
Yes.
Brilliant. Was it Pakistan or India?
Yeah,
I think it was Pakistan, wasn't it?
Pakistan games, he was, I think...
Because you looked at it first, my goodness me, he looks like Mr. Bean. And then you realise, actually, he's meant to look like Mr. Bean.
Because the whole thing was that he went over to
Uncanny.
Zimbabwe, didn't he? And they thought they'd got the real Rowan Atkinson to come over. And they felt really aggrieved that he wasn't. And then this rivalry was born between, I think, Zimbabwe and Pakistan over this Mr. Bean impersonator.
Mr. Bean Gate.
But he could be here. I can confirm it's not him. And in fact, the gentleman dressed as Mr. Bean looks nothing like Mr. Bean.
Shame.
But they're all dressed up as his Teddy.
Did they do the eyebrows? Have they put some effort in?
I mean, he did a good impression. He showed me his impression. I was reasonably impressed.
Here's Higgins in bowls, and this is clipped down to long leg for a single by Actor. And he's into double figures with the single as well. 248 for 6. The lead's 45. Can I see them from here?
You might
I
be
can
able to.
stand up. Oh, I see Ed. What's Ed doing down there?
He's trying to blend in.
He's not making a very good job, Vix. He's the first person I saw when I stood up.
He knows his fan club is at the ground now.
Autographs.
He gets ambushed. Selfies.
Yeah. Do people do autographs anymore? It's all selfies now, isn't it?
I like an autograph.
Do you? I've never asked for any. I don't think I've ever asked for anybody's autograph in my life.
You can just ask if you want, Kevin. It's all right.
Higgins is in, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track by Charlesworth. 248 for 6. Proud of yourself there, aren't you? Well done. Touche. Fine work.
I remember I got Johnny Bairstow's autograph at the 2015 Ashes, and he borrowed my pen to do everyone else's autographs and eventually returned it to me.
Did he?
And was very, very kind about it.
Oh.
Which, so since then I was like, yeah, I like Johnny Bairstow.
Here's Higgins, bowls, forward defence from Charlesworth, fielded at mid-wicket in the snow run. Where's the Mr. Bean impersonator in these
Well,
bears?
this is what I'm slightly worried about, because
They've
if he
disappeared.
spent the morning and afternoon being slightly unwell, and you can only assume that things are continued to progress, I'm worried Teddy has had to take Mr. Bean home.
Oh dear.
They
Oh
might
dear.
just be queuing at the bar, of course, but they surely can't be going home because they're cold, because those bear outfits look really warm.
Higgins bowls on a length. It's punched into the offside but mistimed. Queuing at the bar.
Well, you always love these things, you know, when you see in the Hollies stand and there's a butcher chasing a group of people dressed round as pigs.
Mark Allen.
Yeah, well, there's always, I like a chase. So maybe Mr. Bean might be chasing the Teddies, or would Teddy be chasing Mr. Bean?
Oh. Stag do. Yeah, Mr. Bean would have to be chased, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
And comes Higgins bowls. This is pushed away into the offside, fielded at cover by Stoneman, who's back on the field. Charlesworth remains on 6. Did you ask where they're going tonight? Are they going to any of the list of places we mentioned?
Well, I'm not. You know what? I'm embarrassed to say, but I got a bit nervous. I think as soon as I asked one of them, every single person went quiet. And when you've got like 12 bears staring you down, it's quite scary. You're in a dangerous situation.
Here's Higgins bowls. This is pushed away into the offside by Charlesworth once more. There's no run. 248 for 6.
My investigative journalism skills should have been a bit better there. I should have, pushed for a few more details, as you said, find out where they're going, so Ed can join them later.
Yes.
I'm sure they'd be really happy.
He'd be at the
with
front of
that.
the queue, wouldn't he?
Yeah, buying all the drinks for
I
everyone.
can't believe he's down there. What's he doing down there?
Is he chatting? He's not even chatting to any of the supporters down there. Or maybe he is.
They're not chatting to him, what's the point?
I can't believe. So you say you've never got someone's autograph? Not a cricketer or anything?
As I said it, I thought years ago I did, now I think about it.
As Brooks bowls outside the off stump, back of a length, and punched nicely by Zamanakta out towards the boundary rope. It's just slowing up slightly with the fielder in pursuit, but enough to get over the line for 4. And it was a nicely paid shot from Zamanakta. Just rode the bounce, found the gap, and he's played a few nice reverse sweeps. But that one, what you call a proper shot. 252 for 6 in the 76th over. So whose autograph did you get?
This is going to test you now. Bob Holness. No? Maureen Lipman? Maureen Lipman, come on. There you go, Bob Holness.
So, okay, let's look into this. As Brooks bowls down the leg side, losing his balance, Zamanakta
And it was extremely unusual, the place that I went. I mean, I wasn't there for Bob Holness's autograph, let's put it that way.
So he was a television and radio presenter.
Yes.
Where did you bump into him then?
Well, it was circa 1990, and the then Batman, Michael Keaton, who had that wonderful Batmobile, which is in the recent Flash movie, and I'm glad you're on right now and not Ed, because this would just be a complete waste.
As Brooks is in, 4th stump line, pushed to extra cover for no run.
That was wheeled up, driven up outside the Royal Albert Hall with a number of other famous cars from movies, which I can't remember, but I do remember them all being very impressive. But I, as a 10-year-old at the time, was absolutely amazed that I got to see the Batmobile. And I don't know why, but Bob Holness was there, and so was Maureen Lipman. So whatever the event was, but they had all of these movie cars from movies. So there'd have been a Bond car there as well and the likes. There you go, that's the one.
Oh, okay, that is a very
It's
cool
an impressive
Batmobile.
car.
As Brooks is in, on the hip, worked out towards mid-wicket. He's slightly further back, but still no single. 252 for 6.
To this day, that is still the best Batmobile. And in 1990, that was the business. So to see it in real life being driven was quite something. Outside the Royal Albert Hall, nonetheless.
I mean, see, I'm the Christian Bale generation of Batman lovers.
Yeah.
I can't remember what his Batmobile looked like.
Have you seen the new Flash movie with Michael Keaton back as Batman?
No, I haven't.
Oh, that's good.
I do need to. I'm quite into superhero movies. A swaying out of the way of this one. A good delivery from Brooks. Just got high on Zaman Akhtar there. It's been a good over, besides that boundary on the first ball, which wasn't necessarily a poor delivery, just a nice stroke. One ball left in this over.
And actually, do you know what? You would love the end of credits scene in that one as well. Oh, it's good. Really good.
Did you like the new Batman stuff with Robert Pattinson?
Yeah.
It was quite good, wasn't it? As full on the pads, clipped away, finds the fielder, no run, 252 for 6. I will say, it was quite a long movie, and it was quite dark. Not in terms of like the actual action and violence, but it's really hard to see what's going on. 'Cause it's all filmed at night.
And I think I watched it on a flight to New York as well, so it was on a rather small screen on the back of.
I'm pretty sure my dad fell asleep slightly during the screening.
dear.
But just one where your eyes close for a second, and if people catch you, you go, no, just resting my eyes. Just resting my eyes.
My parents fell asleep on a mass outing to see Rogue One.
And Rogue One's got quite an exciting finish as
It's
well.
got an exciting everything, especially when Darth Vader first appears on the screen, and I looked to the right and my right, and my parents, both of them, like Grandpa Simpson, head back, drool coming out the side of their mouths. Here comes Higgins, bowls outside the off stump, through it goes, a little bit of shape, left alone by the left-handed Charlesworth. Yes. The only movie I think I've ever fallen asleep in was Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Goodness, it's a good
Jet
thing I've got a
Li?
search engine in front of me.
Is it Jet Li? It had quite the cast. I'm sure Jet Li was in there. There you go, look at that cast.
Oh, Michelle Yeoh in it.
Yep. It was Higgins turned by Charlesworth down to long leg for a single. And Chow Yun-fat as well, who... he's one of the absolute legends. Oh, he wasn't in it. Jet Li. Chang Chen played Low Dark Cloud. But I was so desperate to see it. I'd been on an early shift, and it was one of those movies where you've been waiting and waiting and waiting. It was eventually released. It was my first job as a journalist, and I think I'd done a silly shift of whatever time. So I got up, got there, got back, and then 5 o'clock to the cinema, 5:30. It's gone. Missed it. And my mate kept on nudging me at the cinema as well. We've been desperate to go and see it together. Higgins is in with 3 slips in place now for Akhtar. Forward defence, push back, no ball called as well, 255 for 6. And the more he nudged me, no, it was no good. I said, I'm sorry, I'm gone. I'm never going to be able to wake up from this.
I mean, obviously, the conditions are there to make sure you enjoy the film a lot with, it being
But
a
it's also
darker
there-
room. But
That's also
it
the
makes
condition
you
to sleep.
sleepy.
Exactly.
Sometimes I think you should be able to request cinema in a very light room, so you can take your parents with you and they don't fall asleep.
Forward goes. Akhtar pushing back up the track to mid-on. Holden Fields, 255 for 6.
I definitely haven't fallen asleep yet, but the only movie I kind of left feeling so confused was after Tenet. I don't know if you watched that.
I don't think I have seen that yet.
The most confusing film I've ever watched. The sound editing was all over the place. And it was like...
Sure it just wasn't out of sync in the cinema?
I mean, it was a bit of a dodgy cinema, I'm not going to lie. You could hear the film next door, which was the same
How
film but
dodgy?
an hour and ahead.
Why, what was being played next door? It was a dodgy cinema. Should have heard what they were playing next door. 4 slips and a gully. Here's Higgins, he's in, bowls, and a Jaffa. Well, it's doing a little bit out there at the moment, isn't it? And Middlesex like it with that slip cordon. Akhtar 14 from 40 now, well beaten.
Ed mentioned that they came off yesterday for bad light, which wasn't necessarily the darkest of conditions. And it feels like it's kind of been the same since this afternoon, but you just feel a bit wary with pretty thick cloud coverage now from every direction. As you say, it's starting to do things.
Higgins bowls. This ball's pushed back once more. There's no run. Gets in behind this. But yeah, they've slowed them down at the moment, haven't they, Middlesex? That'll be something. The lead's 52 again. I said if it gets to like 70 or so, well, they're getting there. Second new ball's 3 overs away. That will be a problem for the umpires, won't it, when Helm and Brooks and Bamber start bounding in with a new ball. I'm not sure the umpires will like that. Higgins In he goes. Keeper standing up, Davies. It's full and it's defended and it's well fielded. That fourth slip low to his right by Brooks. Gets down and prevents the ball squirting away for what may well have been 4. But dot ball it is, throwing the over. 255 for 6.
We've got our Ed Seaborn watch. He's still down there. Still having a few conversations. I can confirm he's not just talking to himself, which I wouldn't put past him.
Is he talking at all? He is talking to somebody now, is he?
Yeah.
He's found somebody to listen to him.
We're being so cruel.
Well, he's not here.
That is the point of commentary, isn't it?
Are you
That
nice
as soon
about me when I'm not here?
Of course not.
Exactly.
You just wonder here, this partnership, as Brooks comes around the wicket and defending, it's Charlesworth, just the kind of direction it's going into. I feel like when we had Hammond and Van Buren at the crease, Hammond had created that platform and Van Buren was striking, but these two batting a lot slower. And of course it's good, it is good to stay in from Gloucestershire's perspective because runs will come naturally, but you also don't want to bat without a direction. And I just wonder, Charlesworth 7 off 41, Actor 14 off 42. Of course Charlesworth contending with that injury. There's a shorter delivery, is punched out towards deep cover. They run through for a single. Ollie Price out towards one of the far cut strips. Acting as a runner, the score moves to 256 for 6. But you also just don't want these periods of play because, you know, you need that goal. You wonder what they're saying out there of, do we bat towards, you know, obviously as long as we can, but there's also bad weather on the horizon and it's not something you want to have to contend with, but you do have to just have that at the back of your mind. As Brooks bowling and driving on the up as Amanakta finds mid-on. It's another dot ball.
On the up, just like the Sunrisers in their final year. I can't believe that. I'm really upset about that the regional teams have gone.
Have you got yourself a Sunrisers top for the final year?
I have.
It's quite exciting.
Up the storm. Ed's back. We need to stop being nice about him now he's back.
Yeah. All those nice things we were saying as pulling off the hip as Amanakta down towards fine leg. Single taken, 257 for 6. You mentioned that victory from the Sunrisers. A few more results just coming in. I mean, the match between the South East Stars and the Central Sparks has been delayed by rain. The Sparks were needing 150 runs from 20 overs with 4 wickets in hand. Western Storm won their game against the Thunder by 66 runs, bowling Thunder out for 186. Wide, full delivery again from Brooks, which is just steered out by Charlesworth, but finds the fielder. And then the Vipers beat the Northern Diamonds by 70 runs under the Duckworth-Lewis method. It's quite interesting. I think there's been a few results this year as well where I think in the earlier years of this, the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy, a few teams very much stood up on top and there was a big disparity. But this year there's already been a few results, which means that the table's looking quite interesting. Edged and dropped at first slip. Charlesworth just looks behind him to see the fielder sprawling across the floor. They run through for a single. Of course, Ollie Price running through on behalf of Charlesworth, who just had to stand still. It went high through the fielder's hands. And
Eskenazi in there at slip. He's put it down.
And so a chance for Charlesworth. We mentioned he's going along slowly. That single moves him along to 9 off 44, but it is a life.
Uh-oh, light meter.
Oh no, we were just saying it's because Ed Seaborn's come back inside. That radiance he had outside.
Yeah. It's all gloom now he's come inside.
And you can see the expression of, you know, the Gloucestershire
Come on,
batters who are
umps,
kind of
don't do
shrugging, saying, come on,
Don't do
we
it,
think it's
umps.
fine.
Don't do it.
Spinners warming up.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Might see a
Lewis
bit of
deploy. Yeah,
Lewis
Lewis
deploy,
deploy. Looks
bit
as
of
though he's ready to
Fernandez.
go. Yeah, Fernandez would be. It looks. Yeah, Higgins is done. They're going to stay on with spinners. So De Carey's back. Deploy warming up. Good from Middlesex. And against these two, Charlesworth and Actor, who are, Actor's 15 from 44 now, Charlesworth 9 from 44. They're not going anywhere fast at this point. Run rate's down to 3.3. So, you would suggest stay there, see if you can buy a wicket or two with a spin, especially the tail enders. I mean, you could easily see 4 skied at this point, couldn't you? Here is De Carey's then. Rubs his hand on the dust. And he's ready to go with a slip and a short leg, deep backward square as well. And here's De Carey's in. Bowls, bit of flight, and this is leg side. First up and long leg, or deep backward square leg, chases to long leg to hold them to 2. 260 for 6.
And with just a slight indication that predicted rain might be coming back in. Set to be a bit of a stormy evening. So your plans out on Gloucester Road might be a bit dampened.
Washed out again.
Oh, what a shame. Early night it is for me then.
Oh wait, were you coming too? Here's De Carey's, he's hitting bowls. And this is down the leg side. 260 for 6. Were we all going? Was this a team?
I thought we were joining the stag do.
Oh, I see.
I went and brought us our teddy bear outfits especially.
I'm game if you are. Are they back yet, the teddy bear outfits?
They're saving our space in the pub.
Ed's already put his on, look. Here's De Carey's bowls, and this is tickled to mid-wicket. There's no run. 260 for 6. Yes, Fernandez is warming up at backward point, but so is Deploy, and he's the skipper, so Fernandez may be wasting his time. De Carey's a bit more round arm, that felt, and turned to Deploy. Actually, this is quite difficult, because you think, it's turned square leg. Oh no, square leg's the runner.
You always think they should put a bib on.
Yes.
That's
not a bad shout,
prove,
is it?
Because I was actually 12th man the other day in a game I was playing, stood on the boundary rope in my Gloucestershire kit.
De Carey's bowls, pushed back by Charlesworth, no run.
And I kept kind of standing in areas where we didn't have a fielder just to kind of, just put a bit of doubt in the batter's mind when they hit it out straight towards me and didn't go or set off for a run.
Nice.
I think we are meant to wear bibs.
Charlesworth bowls and De Carey's bowls, and Charlesworth on the back foot turns out to deep square for a single. 261 for 6. So this is along the lines of Bob Hunt's cheating Vickers story. You were the cheating fielder.
I don't think we've got the budget for the bibs. Our drinks carrier was a Sainsbury's bag. Other supermarkets are available.
Your drinks carrier wore the Sainsbury's bag, or took the drinks out in the Sainsbury's
in the bag, but I have seen people wear supermarket bag outfits
as a bib,
because there's social themes at university where you have to wear anything but clothes. And don't get...
I went to the wrong university, I really did. Goodness me. I've missed out in life.
You have to make outfits out of...
Careful what I'm Googling right now.
ordinary outfits. So we'd make... skirts and T-shirts out of shopping bags and IKEA bags and crisp packets.
Thicker the better, I assume.
Well, particularly in the winter.
Particularly for the skirts and the shorts.
There's certain supermarkets which certainly aren't appropriate, but it was always an interesting social theme.
Here's another one that Ed hasn't seen: American Pie. I got back to the room last night, put on the TV, American Pie: The Reunion. So they were all closing on mid-30s by this point. That was their kind of thing, wasn't it? University, and all getting stuck in supermarket bags and things like that.
I never said I got stuck in one.
But did you wear one?
I've worn lots of things, I think.
But did you wear one?
I have previously.
There we go.
I've worn a massive watermelon inflatable outfit before. That was fun. Then comes bowler cut away through the covers and no protection in the deep. That 4 means the total moves to 265. Deploy with his first ball. Just that bit of a loosener outside the off stump.
Oh, look.
Width.
He's taken a tumble in the... is it Brooks? He's all right. He's taken a tumble in the covers there. He's gone to retrieve it and he's ended up rolling into the covers.
No, see, I think because he's not allowed his spikes on the covers, he's had to crawl over it. So
clever.
he had to go down on his hands and knees.
What a nice fella.
He is just a lovely boy. Deploy bowls again, and again the same result. There's no protection out in
Brooks
the deep.
isn't going to get that.
No, he's gone, I'm done with crawling this time. It's another boundary to Charlesworth, who's almost doubled his score. He moves to 20 off 52, 269 for 6. Not the start the deploy would have hoped for. And there you go, this time, no crawling from the fielder, just spikes straight across the covers.
Well, there you go, you see.
Have they not heard about Gloucestershire's financial difficulties? Come on, man. We don't want holes in the cover.
That was good from Brooks, wasn't it? Really good from him.
Yeah, just
Very impressive.
sets
I'd have
them
been
out
like
from the
Stoneman. I'd
crowd.
have stomped across it.
Outside the off stump, cut away firmly this time, but finally there's a sweeper out there, so no more retrieving the ball from the cover. Single to the total moves the score to 270 for 6. I mean, I've done that at club games before, where you've got to.
You spiked the covers.
Well, no, I'll crawl along. I'm desperate not to spike it. People will get annoyed at you, the ground staff. I'd always be the one sent under the covers as well, because I could kind of squeeze under. That's how you know you're getting the dirty jobs. If we had a short leg, I have a strong feeling I'd be put in there.
I see. What is the delay now?
Just a change in the field. All three of the batters, I think, or at least Ollie Price had come down to chat to Salman Akhtar there in his capacity as a runner. The deep backward square. Deploy balls, and it's full. Shout for leg before. Not convinced. Salman Akhtar, who just looks back at the umpire as if to say, really? And I can confirm that there's bad light at a few of the grounds where the county championship's been played. Worked around the corner, off the hip by Salman Akhtar, down towards fine leg. Fielder comes around to his right. Field, single to the total, 271 for 6 at Leicestershire, Birmingham and Kidderminster. So a few more Midlands-based grounds, but there might be a few premature endings to today's play. One ball left in this over. It's gone for 10 so far. It's starting to bowl and then eventually opting to get a bit of dirt on his hands. Deploy just to get that grip. Charlesworth on strike, faces and defends. Dropping the ball into the onside, short leg fields, and end of the over, 271 for 6 after 80.
BBC Cricket bringing you live action here at Bristol at the county grounds. BBC's. Oh, hold on, are we off? What's going on? Oh no, it's just the batters having a natter. Are they? No, I think we're off.
Reading.
We're off, aren't we? They're off. Off, I tell you. There's brighter skies over the back of the mound stand, which is roughly where it's coming in from, but how quickly will it arrive? 20 past 5. Not quite skies of blue, but clouds of white.
I mean, you could see from the body language of the players, it's not too much frustration because it didn't really feel like much was happening out there. And an interesting picture now to see all three of the Gloucestershire batters walking off the pitch next to each other. I'm sure if there's any local photographers in, they'll be getting a shot of that one. But it's really been a bit of a mixed session, I guess, that afternoon session certainly belonging to Gloucestershire. But I'd say that Middlesex have clawed their way back into this. And actually, Gloucestershire's batting was just missing that intent, which they showed in the afternoon session. Charlesworth looks like he was just beginning to settle in, particularly against the spin, but with the umpires taking readings from both ends now, as you say, it will just depend on whether those lighter kind of clouds are going to roll in quick enough to get back out there.
Yes, so Ed's hovering. Ed, are you going to do a wrap-up, or is it an Ed wrap, or... We were asking Red for a Hamilton-style wrap earlier, weren't we? But,
well, we've got time for that now.
We have. Is that what he was doing downstairs, reciting?
He was practicing just so he could nail it.
Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
No, I haven't. I'm very much looking forward to it. It's on in Bristol at the moment, is it?
Yeah, late
well,
tickets,
if they call
guys.
this off, then, might be some tickets going spare tonight. There is a bank of grey behind the mound stand, which is followed by some lighter skies. So it's not all doom and gloom, but the ground staff are loitering as if they'd like to call it for the day, but thou shalt not play cricket. One of the laws of ground staff around the country, which isn't true or fair at all. It's one of those myths. But the umpires are having a natter with them. They haven't come in yet, so it almost feels like we shouldn't come in yet because they haven't.
Yeah, and I mean, there's clearly a chat going on about whether they can start to prepare things. You know, I think the ground staff here are particularly quite notorious for knowing when this bad weather's going to come in, and the forecast does say there's going to be rain this evening. Whether they're just saying, look, even if we do go back out there, the most we'll be able to get is potentially half an hour, but actually the time it takes for us to properly cover the square, because they have manual covers here at the county ground. They have to get the tractor on to protect the surface, roll out all of the sheets, and I don't know if they'll just have that argument to say that if there is heavy rain tonight, we'd rather spend that little bit of extra time making sure everything is secure, so that any play which can be achieved tomorrow or on Monday is safe.
Yes, agreed. What do we think, gents? Are we going to natter about movies and TV shows and other things for a little while, or are we all done? We're all done for now.
I think you've got a box of donuts which you need to make your way through. We need ratings for each one.
I've made a fair dent in that box of donuts already, I can tell you. That's why I'm thinking if I stay on, maybe I won't eat any more.
Well, it didn't stop you earlier.
No, it didn't. It's right in the middle of an over as well. It was ill-timed, ill-judged. Mistimes. Oh, there's lights going on in the flats opposite. That means it's getting dark, look. You can see a couple of lights going on up there. Down the bottom as well. It's a bit like the chandeliers at Lord's. As soon as they start turning the chandeliers on, turn them off, making it look really dark. It feels as though it's brightened up, though, to me out there. Does it not to you as well?
I know obviously Spin was operating at both ends, but I don't think anything had significantly changed enough within that period. You know, a lot of the time you do notice, because you're adjusting your eyes here and we're set up in quite a brightly lit box, and you find yourself either squinting to look out, but I just don't feel like anything particularly changed.
No. I mean, yeah.
But obviously the readings are objective in that sense.
Yes. Well, it'd be interesting if they took a reading now. Is it better? Because it feels as though it should be. Oh, the umpire's got the light meter in his hand, but he's just having a play with it, isn't he? He's not going to put it on the stumps. No, back behind his back it goes. That grey cloud, which I said was loitering behind the milestone, is nearly with us, and then the much brighter skies behind are not far away. Sad and frustrating this, especially if we are going to be in for a day of frustration tomorrow as well. But yes, am I being hooked at the moment? I get the feeling that you two are losing the will to live with the bad lights.
It's not the bad light. It's just your company, Kevin. It's all right.
I understand. I mean, I've heard this before. To be fair, mainly from Kevin James, but.
Well, it's because I take on from him. He's taught me
I know
all the best traits.
How have you made it so far? I mean, JMO.
Should we run through some of these scores at least from around the country?
Please do. Please do.
I think that.
Look, there you go. Light meter reading be taken.
So, start with Division 1. That game between Durham and Essex. Durham 358 all out in their first innings, and Essex 282 for 3. They trail by 76 runs, with Nick Brown currently 78 not out in that game. Of course, Essex, a bit of confusion about whether, as they currently sit at the top of the Division 1
table. He could have just left it there. Essex, a little bit of confusion.
About Feroz Kuji's bat and whether it was too big. If it was, then they're going to have a 10 points deduction, which would put Surrey in the lead as things stand. In that game between Surrey and Hampshire, this is going to slightly pain me to read this one.
Oh dear.
As Hampshire in that first innings were bowled out for 151. In reply, Surrey all out 359, a century, unbeaten century from Jordan Clark, 106 of 102 balls, as well as a century for Rory Burns, captain. And in reply, Hampshire 31 for 2, with both of their young openers gone, Ali Orr and Fletcher Middleton. So Hampshire's unhappy trips to the Oval continue. Between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire were 400 all out thanks to that double century from Ben Duckett. And in reply, Warwickshire 71 for 3. They trail by 329 runs. And then that final Division 1 game, again, a lot of these games, may I add, apart from that Durham-Essex one, are delayed by either bad light or rain. This one in Kidderminster, delayed by bad light. Somerset were 309 for 9 declared. And in reply, Worcestershire 107 for 1, trailing by 202. And then these Division 2 scores. delayed by bad light between Northamptonshire and Leicestershire, where Northamptonshire 453 for 7 declared, in reply 97 for 2, Leicestershire trailing by 356. Yorkshire scored a whopping 450 for 5 declared centuries for both Joe Root and Harry Brook, and Derbyshire 132 for 3, trailing by 318. Of course, you can get all the scores of the County Championship and the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy on the BBC Sport website and app.
Oh, I thought you were about to tell us the website. You just read it off. No, I thought you were. I was thinking, this is great. Which one are you going to say? You're going to say you said the BBC. Well done. The fact that the umpires are still there tells me that they do believe there's a chance we're coming back on soon. Well, maybe they're just thinking, let's stay out here long enough. It feels brighter than when they came off, and it didn't feel particularly dark when they came off, nor did it feel that dark when they came off yesterday. It feels like we could be playing cricket right now.
It does. And, I mean, you just wonder what kind of discussions are taking place, because it's not very animated movement, so clearly both sides aren't too passionately fighting their case. And maybe the umpires just love being outside so much they want to spend a bit of extra time. It really
doesn't feel dangerous right now to be out in the middle playing cricket, does it?
Particularly with 2 spinners bowling, which...
Well, but even the quicks. I mean, all right, we're at the 80th over, so Middlesex. I wonder, thinking about it now, did we hit the 80th over and Middlesex decided we're not... The new ball's available as soon as we come back on. Did they decide, right, we'll bring back on the quicks because we're not going to persist with the spinners right now? So they said to the umpires, we're bringing back on the quicks, and the umpires said, right, we're off then. I could be overthinking that, but you never know. You never know. It might have been a case of Middlesex tried the spinners for a couple of overs, got them to the 80th over, and then decided, let's get off. But it would be quite interesting if they did come back on now. Middlesex took the new ball straight away, and away we went. Because there is certainly brighter skies behind the mound stand.
Well, if we look at our cloud watch, that's how thrilling the action's got here. That darker cloud is just creeping over now, which suggests it is moving a lot quicker than we thought. Whether that cloud will just carry a bit of drizzle with it, I'm not too sure. But
light meters on. It's got to be better than when they came off. But does it have to be... Oh, look, there's a debate. There's a debate.
I'm sure the Gloucestershire and Middlesex players are going, are we sure we
there's
want
a debate.
to come back out?
Come on, we're on. I think he's going to signal them on. Come on, umpire, signal. Or has he called it?
I think he might have called it.
No, I don't think so.
I'm not sure. I mean, they're sending the ground staff
they haven't
off.
pulled the stumps. The ground staff are being sent off.
He's taking it from both ends.
He's just double checking. He's making a list. He's checking it twice. We're about to find out if the umpires are naughty or nice.
You've had too much sugar.
I have, yeah. Come on. Get on with it.
You go down there with a bat and ball and show to them that you can play. I'll bowl at you.
It's definitely brighter now. It's definitely brighter now than when they came off. Come on, make the signal umps. Come on. One of you put your hand up, signal them on.
I'm slightly worried for your heart rate right now.
This is the most thrilling part of the day. Oh, no, he's having a look at his watch. Now he's looking at the sky. No.
Oh, see, I'm telling you, the big dark clouds just coming over.
They've called quits on it, haven't they? For now. They haven't pulled up stumps just yet, but they've decided that's enough bad light for now. We'll go off and have a cuppa.
They might be after your donuts.
Then there'll be no donuts unless there's any more play. In
that case, then, are we going to go take a little break?
Yes, it looks as though...
Come on, let's go get you to calm down. It's time for a lie down. It's your afternoon nap.
Well, it's well past that. That's the problem, I think. All right, cheers, folks. We'll see you in a little while. As soon as play resumes, we'll be back here. We'll hope very much that is at some point this evening, but if not in the morning, and if not in the morning, then Monday, if it's going to be a deluge tomorrow. But other than that, it's all good news. From Ed and Melissa and myself, Kevin Hand. See you in a little while.
out. Yeah, yeah.